Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss. Important disclaimer. Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 6th of September 2024, and we're going to be racing and doing some analysis today. The races that we are going to follow is at Moonee Valley. We've got some Group 1 races, Group 2 races here today at Moonee Valley. Sorry, not Moon Valley, but Moonee Valley. Now, this is a Victorian track. The shape of the track is okay, but the real challenge of this track is the last finishing mile, which is probably the shortest. I remember asking PC about this, and he did mention that this is the shortest. It's about 173 meters from the last finishing bend. The last bend to the finishing point somewhere here, it's about 173. And we've got about 10 races today here. The ground reading is so far soft, and that's all about the track. And the stake races, the Moir Stakes, are here today. And we'll see what happens here. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of horse racing understanding. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock. If we find all the horses are looking good and good to go with, we stick with it and look for the results which we actually got through the analysis. But if we find that there are changes in the track, or there are some better horses at the track, we often highlight them. So that's what we do, and this is how we do the analysis. So we'll quickly go to the first one, and we'll see what's going on with the first one. We'll take the odds and see here at Moonee Valley. Number 1 has been scratched. So that was the linear which got scratched. Odds are 2, 6, 5, and 4. 2, 6, 5, and 4. That's the odds. 2 is here. 6, 5, and 4. If we look through the rails, that's exactly what we get through the rails. Now, this is an open race. 2 is the favorite. 6. There's a lot of advantage on this horse. Okay, that's the advantage which we are getting here on that horse, and that's that. But it's a 1600 meter, and that 2 is the favorite. If we look at how that 2 is, then this is 6 is good. I'm not saying it is bad. It is good, but it's a negative leverage of -10 with that advantage. It is because of relevant reasons, because it has 4 races. It did not do anything on last 4 races. Plus, their management is kind of bleeding. If we look through the DICR, okay. If we look through the DICR, then now the linear has been scratched. So that number 1 crossbow, which was the linear, that has been scratched. So till yesterday, that was the favorite it changed today in the morning, and 2 became favorite, and ideally 2 should be the favorite. If we look through the DICR, that's the lowest. Then it comes here on 3, okay, with that advantage. But that's a horse which is going through some trouble, and it doesn't have the right jock on this. So that's that part of the story. We'll see how it works. 2 is the favorite. 2 should be the favorite. 2 is the right favorite. Through the DICR, it is the lowest. I'm sorry, highest. So that's the highest. 2 is the highest. Then it is 3, which is there, but it looks like there is some problem with that. Then 4 is the linear. If we look through the odds, it's 2, 6, 5, and 4. So 6, there are reasons for people to believe that the 6 might do something today. And the reasons are quite obvious. I mean, this thing is... so I received a little inquiry about what we do. All right, and how we are getting those numbers. So I'd like to explain in a short brief, so that it is something that everybody can understand. So there are certain things that happens in data science, and when mathematical things are done. One of them is called Lexi. Lexi is something how a dictionary works. All right. So you have the letters, and then the second letter, and then the third letter. It is how the dictionary works, and that's exactly the along with that's one of the primary thing that we use here. The full form of that is probably lexicography. So that's what we use. And if we look here, that's 42.55. These 2 horses are probably the same. The difference is that this is the second linear, but the challenge is more here. Okay, the challenge is more, therefore there's a pressure. The challenge is less, and there is no pressure. So that's ideally the right odd. The next should be 3, but it is going through some phases which are there, and there's no great jock on this. And also, this thing is with a huge advantage. We don't know what it is capable of doing, but having said that, 2 looks the right odd. 6, I don't know. That's something tried and tested. It went up in rating, but it is probably not the best fit here. That's 4.5. Then this is the other one, which is not the right fit. 2 races, huge leverage. So other than that, everything is there between these 2 horses. 5 definitely has the advantage because, again, 0. All right. So we'll see how it works. Whether that 6 gets in or that 3 gets in, we'll see how that works. But 2 looks to be the right odd. Let's see how that works. Lee, good morning. Dow's, good morning. Gatekeeper, good morning. We're all set to go. We'll see if they have the feed or they bring in something else. I'm very scared nowadays because at times we don't know what are they showing and where we are getting the claims from at times. So got to be a little careful. That's all. Good day. It's sundown on Friday night. P and W. I think is that the Pacific time or Pennsylvania gatekeeper? It still haven't gotten to the paddock. Should go now.
And we're away. Crossbow comes out, 23 cents deduction. Scott Fred Kirk now heavily back with Sportsbet punters. He was unlucky in the lead-up race to this. On the replays, 270, but Miwa was unlucky behind Gottfred Kirk, 2 runs back. And there's been support. 340 were rock solid. Sneaking out the $4.20, Ornos comes through the Gottfred Kirk Moonee Valley gallop, and he was good late. So hold there, you might get a better price. There was a nibble into that $3.90. Graphic site, well, $5.50. Menshevek. Now, there was a whisperer around for him, but he's soft in the market late, out to $14. And your leader in the race, poor old Johnny Ray, is going to give him something to chase. You've got $26. The top 2, though, punters are really zeroed in on. Got Fred Kirk and Miwa. Now, let's have a look at our hot jockey for the day and talking about the first race. Race 1, number 2, got Fred Kirk to be ridden by Jamie Mott and the combination of Anthony and Sam Friedman. 24 wins from their last 100 starts, 24 win percentage, and look at the 15% return on investment. Get it in the first, so says the hot combo at Moonee Valley. Get your hot combos. What's gambling really costing you? For any confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
This webinar is brought to you by the new Racing.com app. Now with National Ball, Racing Ball for every state, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
Moir Stakes Day commences with the 3-year-olds over a mile in the Ladbrokes top 2, 3, 4. Betting handicap, Crossbow scratched this morning. That makes the task easier on several fronts. Hutch for the 2, Gottfried Kirk.
Getting a clean run at the right time for Gottfried Kirk, which did eventuate last start against a couple of rivals, but a nice progressive force. Of course, he beat Miwa and the like at Sandown earlier this preparation. Exciting prospect going forward. Yes, he'd be better on a bigger track, but he looks the horse to beat here.
I wish he'd drawn the outside gate. I think that's what this horse needs around this tight circuit. In saying that, I feel like he's come on from his most recent run. He's reached his peak fitness now. It's very good for A.
Big D won this race in these silks last year with Evaporate, who went on to win a start and claim 3rd in the Guineas. The 3, Menshevik, came to Victoria 3rd up to win a Geelong Maiden.
It was a nice performance. It took a little while to knock over that maiden, but look, got a beautiful run of the race, justified favouritism in that event. This is tougher, and that is the concern. That's why you're getting $15.
Really neat style of horse that's gleaming here in this beautiful sunshine. He couldn't have been prepared any better. Attitude's great, moving well.
Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Watt brought the eventual ATTW in a major build this race over 1,500 3 years ago. He ran second, and he had exactly the same prep coming as what the 4 graphic site has. A Goulburn maiden in early July, then a trip to Wyong a couple of weeks later, and then the 1,300-metre benchmark 72 at Rosehill.
Length is go on as well, graphic side, which is a key, I think, gear change for this horse, and does get back onto a better surface. And he won on a heavy line, but I think a more even surface might well be what they're looking for. Could well lead in this race as well.
I thought that too, Hutchie. I could see blinkers going on, a fair bit of intent to take up this lead. The horse looks amazing here. Couldn't be in any better physical shape.
5 Ornos is in the same conversation as Gottfried Kirk for what happened in the race that was won by Big Eye.
There wasn't much between them on the line, was there? They were both a bit unlucky. I thought personally Godfrey Kirk was more unlucky, but look, not splitting hairs. There were excuses, and Ornos, fourth run in, has been well exposed, and he's a nice colt going forward. He also might be a little bit better further too.
You'd think so, being a Toronado. This is probably going to get up to around his distance now. It's a very similar parade to how I've seen him. He's always got a nice attitude. Carries a fair bit of condition, actually. I do think he's tight in between runs.
6 Mewa remains a maiden. Jordan Childs takes the seats and was a beaten favourite when Gottfried Kirk broke through at Lakeside.
Probably one of the better maidens going around, it has to be said, with Ole Dancer having his measure first up. I don't think there were too many excuses there, but certainly at Lakeside behind Gottfried Kirk, that little bit of traffic at a key stage didn't assist. Still beat 1.8, should have finished closer. Don't think it's a different result, but it's an improving horse all the same.
He is, and this distance range seems to be right up his alley too, and even further. He's a lovely, loose-moving horse. He does look fitter again.
Tom Prebbles is the sole claim engaged here. He rides the 7. Poor old Johnny Ray for next moment.
Yeah, has a little bit to find, but just over 6 lengths, 2 career starts. There'll be a race somewhere. He's a son of a reliable man, so would assume that they might be looking to get up in trip sooner rather than later, but this experience of standing in good stead.
Yeah, this distance range is definitely going to be more to his liking, but I'm probably going to wait to see him over 2,000 metres plus. Still just a bit playful and new in the yard.
Whether over 1,500 or 1,600 as it was last year, it's been a virtual start preview. This race forgot you back in 2021, Castilian 2022. Fists of Fury defeating the Vars winner of Puglia with Autumn Angel Barracules. Big Sister running 3rd, and then last year Evaporate made it a one-act affair from Stylish Secret and Peru. Hutch, your best of the program on Moir Day comes up in our opener.
And I agree with all the points with Gottfried Kirk about him bigger track and probably further as well. But look, he was very unlucky last start, and I think hopefully they can just ensure that he doesn't get bombed away this time, and he can build momentum and the reps at the key stage when he needs to. If he can do that, I think he will be hard to beat there. Very similar case really with Miwa, who also takes a little bit of building, and those two have clashed with Gottfried Kirk coming out on top. Outside of that, graphic side's a little bit of an unknown. I think Ornos brings that Gottfried Kirk form and has to be respected. 2, 6, 4 and 5.
Not sure where he's going to end up in running. I do hope that Jamie Mott jumps out of the barriers, goes right hand down, stays off the fence wherever possible. Gottfried Kirk for me, I think that he looks great here again. The inside low draw, I should say, is going to be the issue, but he looks fantastic. I feel like he has tightened up in between runs. He's a nice, big, progressive young horse. I do think the Waterhouse block horse here with the blinkers going on shows a fair bit of intent. Graphic sight. He's a beautiful-looking individual. Couldn't look much better in the yard, as does Menshevik.
Okay, there we have it. There's Amy's pick from the yard, and Gottfried Kirk looking the goods, Charlotte, and really looking forward to the day in prospect.
Yes, it's a beautiful day out here. Good way for me to kick off spring on the second day of the Spring Carnival, and it's good underfoot here. I've just had a little trot and canter around on Sam, and he always is a good indicator of how firm the track is, and there's definitely not a lot of moisture in it, so it will dry out throughout the day. The wind is pretty prevalent out here. You can see the trees sort of bending quite significantly, so there'll be a bit of a crosswind today, and then they'll be heading straight into that as they jump to the barriers now here at the 1,600 metre mark. But beautiful coverage of grass. In fact, we're actually going to set up a little bit here now behind the barriers. Sammy's favourite part of the day, but track could not have been prepared more beautifully. Looking forward to a great day of racing.
Yep, he's well behaved then. Charlotte we'll get back to Charlotte a little later when some of the runners make their way down to the start. That wind is pretty strong, I can assure you. It is a tailwind in the straight, so down from the 1,200 metre they will be racing into it to begin with, that is for sure, as we see some of the riders get on board their respective mounts here for the opening race. Very interesting race it is as well, with Gottfried Kirk at the top of the betting, and pretty firm that way over a couple of runners, including Miwa and Ornos, who are both sub $5. We've got Miwa at $343.90 for Ornos as well. Conditions absolutely beautiful, not barely a cloud in the sky. As I mentioned, that wind will be a factor. If you're in the vicinity here at the Valley today, you have to head down. This is a gorgeous day, Group 1 racing. Plenty of highlights throughout the card, and just seeing the runners for the first event make their way out onto the course, Nige, and all of them looking the goods.
Put some numbers to those conditions you mentioned. Hutch, Essendon Airport Weather Station, which is a couple of kilometres north to where we are at the valley, had been recording wind speeds of 30 and up to 40 kilometres an hour as a northerly, so it's very much that whipping tailwind in the straight, and it's showing no signs of abating at the moment as well. Can you put some context into how you think that's going to impact this race over 1600, where they've got the down the hill start just adjacent to our commentary position?
Yeah, I think personally, if the wind stays like this, and we'll see how it plays through the day, but if it's at this strength, I think a little bit of cover through the first half of most races will be key. And we see here when the wind, when we get that headwind, the straight leaders can be tough to catch. What's a tailwind today, but it means that they're facing it at other stages. So I wouldn't mind a little bit of cover mid-race here. Then you can throw the spinnaker out to probably halfway down the side, and I think you'll see those horses really running on strongly. Key runner in the first is Miwa. Nick Ryan is about to catch up with Nigel.
Nick Ryan with us as Miwa looks to break through in this opening event over 1,600 metres. Where's the fitness level sitting third up?
Yeah, look, third up, no high today, obviously up to the mile, which is going to relish. So obviously small field can be a little bit tricky, but look, I'll leave it to Geordie. Leave it in Geordie's capable hands, but look, I think he should appreciate getting up in trip, and hopefully today he can get some clear air. We can really see the line.
To that end, what was the view on the lakeside run?
Yeah, it was good. Look, he was back. Track was sort of against him. Ben sort of thought that he didn't really handle the soft 5 conditions, and he didn't have a lot of room. So hopefully today he can build into the race and get some room, and we can really see the line.
I think Red Ace can run a better race back to the track and trip of the Vase second up.
Yeah, for sure. Look, he's got a good record this trip. Bit of a sticky gate, but his second up form's good. He was okay the other day. I would have liked to see a little bit more, so I've screwed him down in the last couple of weeks in between runs. So hopefully we can see an improved performance.
Like with setting the table here with Miwa.
Thanks, Nige.
Okay, sneaking around that $3.50 mark is a Miwa outwards. But what we do have is a third favourite here.
Lee,
In the
I like the 2, but now it is getting tailed.
Now, Miwa sneaking out to 360 now. Rock solid is
I like the 2, but now it is getting tailed. So that's why I was trying to look at what are the other options.
In this pace, and with that wind, it'll help leaders off that 500-metre bend skip around to the straight. So into 550 a nibble. Race 1, number 4, graphic side to take some running down. Not much else happening outside of that. Race 1, number 2, though, the best back got Fred Kirk. What's gambling really costing? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the help.
Sam, just wondering, Fred Kirk last time. Has he got out yet?
Yeah, I say the ownership group. He's not the horse I thought we'd be running in the Valley every week.
See, the 6 has 4 races. It did not do anything.
Needs a bit of room.
That's very disastrous in its own way.
Towards the inside, but
The 2, which is the best fit in this, is getting tailed.
he should be right there.
So we'll just watch. It's a 3-year-old gilding. I don't think it'll make much of a difference. I think it's just a little nervous because
You said at the Valley, you normally want to be drawing 1, 2, 3 with a horse that can.
that's what generally happens with the 3-year-olds. If it was a 5-year-old, I would have been more concerned. But
Yeah, with some luck, he'll be.
it's a 3-year-old, probably just
I think that's the plan. Yeah, I mean, it depends how
nervous.
Gate 1 begins, but if we can use it to stay off the rail, maybe get into the 1-1. That's plan A. Plan B would be work it out and get into the outside.
Pray for a bit of luck, Midwest.
He's
Should
great.
not-
He's in good form. Really happy with him.
should not
He's like a second home
disappoint.
here at the Valley, so
We'll
work
see.
cut out for him. We've gone blinkers to visors. We're trying a few different things, see if we can find a couple of links. But the team's done a great job, and for his ownership group, there's a lot of mates in him there. They're pretty excited to be here today.
What a great thrill it would be. Good luck to you, Sam.
Cheers, thanks, Ed.
Yeah, it could be a big day in Prospect. Loving these drone shots that we're getting as well as we look down onto runners milling behind the start. And also hovering around down there is Charlotte Littlefield. Charlotte, some of the runners have made their way down.
Yeah, they've all made their way around here. The small field, they're all congregating. Got a couple out the back here. Craig Williams having a good trot around, as well as Damien Lane on Ornos, just keeping them motivated before they load up. Obviously, they want to be clean away, as most people do.
Second one should see.
Starting to ease a little bit that wind, so it's just going to be sort of up and down and varying throughout the
These
day, I think.
two-
But certainly not as strong as it was moments ago. So hopefully that's a good sign for the rest of the day.
5 definitely has the edge, but 5 is also going through a problem.
Nigel, it is interesting to see how this will play.
If they are in the same window, then this is nothing for 5. 5 is way more capable of delivering this.
Couple of hundred run downhill before the sharp left-hander.
But the 4 is there with the pressure. It's a 1600 meter. The problem is the presence of the 6, which is very difficult to assume what that 6 is going to do. All right. So it's very difficult to assume what that 6 is going to do because 4 races nothing so far. The 2 is probably the best fit, but getting tailed. 4 and 5 has the edge.
Quite a strong breeze.
And the 3 is the check, all right, because that's the DICR. It comes right after 2.
They're racing. Miwa scrambled out, goes back towards the end of the field, and Graphic Sight was second last to lead. Ornos began well with Venturevic on the outer, and that's how they'll settle from poor old Johnny Ray. Godfred Kirk behind them. Out deeper on the track is Graphic Sight, who's on a limb in the early part, and 2.5 lengths Miwa last. 1,200 metres to go. The leader is Ornos, with on the outside Graphic Sight, after being tardy away, is going to whip up and now take it up. So punching into that head breeze down the back section of the 1,000 metres. Graphic Sight is the leader by a length and a quarter. Ornos second, 2 for the backers, Venturevic, poor old Johnny Ray. They were followed by Godfred Kirk, and Miwa is last of the 6. Through halfway, 850 metres to go in the first on Moir Day, and the leader is Graphic Sight. At a moderate tempo now by a length and a quarter. Second, Ornos, poor old Johnny Ray third. Then came Venturevic, who's fourth one off the fence and trying to improve now 3 deep. Godfred Kirk has its back at a length and a half to Miwa. 600 metres to go. Graphic Sight in front had a breather. 3/4 of a length in front from Ornos second. Venturevic the outside. Poor old Johnny Ray niggled at. Then came Godfred Kirk, who hooks widest, and further back is Miwa. Graphic Sight just in front of Ornos, approaching the home corner. 300 metres to go. Godfred Kirk is chasing, and Miwa brought towards the outside. 4 deep and starting to loop them. Ornos in front.
Bring it in, baby.
Here's Miwa up the centre, coming home hard. Ornos at the 100. Cuts it down by Miwa. Miwa up to Ornos. Miwa goes
6.
Miwa on the opener. Miwa
6-5.
Poor old Johnny Ray. Graphic Sight last Venturevic. Nice settler for Jordan Childs, who's got the rider in our feature Moir later on this afternoon. He'll be in lockstep with
6-5-2-7.
the latter part of the program, but he strikes here. Punch me, we're breaking through. There's always been good signs from this Nick Bryan Walker, especially that VRC Sires run at 2. He's on the board at 3.
Yeah, really nice performance. Emphatic victory, very patient early. It was quite a muddling race. We had some chopping and changing at the top of the field, but ultimately the horse had set out the back.
This was a bad one.
Their lovely ride from Geordie Charles.
It's a bummer.
Produced the win on this Nick Ryan trained galloper Miwa, who was emphatic, and there were really good margins when I think the tempo early was strong enough. Ornos brave at his feet, and no excuses whatsoever for Godfrey Kirk, who had a good run in transit presented. Just no match for Miwa, who was strong late, and those that did the early work really felt the pinch in the latter stages. But look, the start didn't go as expected, a little bit slow out the gates. It might have been a blessing in disguise, Charlotte.
Yeah, you watched it all unfold in front of you there, and I patient.
So that happened because the 2 was getting tailed, okay? The 2 was getting tailed. And the 6 was here on top with that kind of an advantage. But it's very difficult to actually assume what it will do. 4 races did not do anything. Out of this 2, definitely 5 had the advantage. The only thing what happened here is that 2 getting tailed because the 2 was mentally not prepared. If this was played right, then you cannot beat the 2. But today was not the day. 6, 5, and then 2. And then that 7 came in. That is all the way more surprising because of the advantage. So between 4 and 5, this is something that I was looking at the results here at Moonee Valley. So what we need to be aware of is it's difficult to deliver a pressure here. Okay, it's difficult to deliver a pressure. We'll see. There are some horses with huge pressure today here, and we'll see how that works. Basically, these two horses. Okay, so -4, definitely 5 had the advantage. Okay. This one was pressure, it did not deliver. This one went through. 2 was getting tailed, it did not deliver. The 6 had the highest advantage. The challenge was also more, but it just went through. Okay. So the pressure did not work in the first one. On a 1600 meter, this was the second linear actually, which now is the linear, but it just did not work. We'll go to the next. $5.11.64. So this is another 1600 meter. Okay. So if we take a reference from here, what happened is 4, 5, 2. So up till 5, gate number 5, we have an exposure. All right. This one was gate number 6. It did not work. This one came in because gate number 1. All right. So the last gate, the 6 did not work, and the 4 had the pressure. So here 5, we are going a little ahead. This was an open. This was probably a little below standard. This one is benchmark 74. That 5 is from gate number 7. We started gate number 7. So if we look at this, then we get this, which is an 8-year-old mare. Then we have this, which is not going through a great time, probably. But can it do? Do we have that? No. We don't have that. Anyway, so it starts here, okay? Starts here. This is gate number 11, so we'll not talk about on a lower pressure. This is the highest, which is the third linear. So out here, if we actually look at what things could turn into. This one is the lowest, so definitely that has advantage. But this is good, as in with the leverage, it's a promising horse, so there's no problem with this. We'll take a look at here. So that's that. This is a fall, this is a gain, this is the highest. 9 is in. 9 is in. There is no reason for 9 not to be in. Okay, there is no reason for 9 not to be in. Can it win? We'll figure out why, because this track has a very short straight. Okay, so what happened here is they could not deliver the pressure. If that's that, then 5 is in trouble. Wherein this is at a lower pressure, almost neck to neck. Okay, almost neck to neck. In fact, the FR is better on this one, so there's no reason for 9 to fail. There's no reason for 9 to fail. And if there has to be an advantage in between, so this one is 8-year-old. Okay, this one is 8-year-old. This one is also 8-year-old. I don't know how that will work, but if those two are done, then we have to look for either this neutral, which is here, which is at 5, or we look at this one, which is already there. So that neutral is here, okay, which is at 4. This is at 4. They are kind of the same thing. It's a 5-year-old mare from gate number 6. So this is at 5. $56, 57.541, 56.28. Five. 0.5. This is gate number 10. So yes, that thing is going through a bad phase. I think the 2 is going through a bad phase. 52. This one is neutral. It's dropping. I mean, 2 is way better than 8. Okay, 2 is way better than 8, but that's long. I mean, that'll take a long time to actually figure out. But yes, 5 is okay. 2.5. This is 3, which is gate number 10. This is 1.5, which is gate number 5. All right. So the primary competition is here. The 2, 5, 8. The 2 is a check. Okay. But this one is probably going through a bad phase. The 2. It's unstable. That's all. It's unstable. It came in first 2 weeks ago at Mo. So that thing is pretty much there. That thing is pretty much there, the 2. Now, this is at 41.70. I don't think, this should be a problem. It is a leverage on this, wherein there is no leverage on this. So yeah, that's okay. the 9 is in what position? I don't know. Can it be a queen? I doubt. There's something that is going to come with an advantage. So it's either here or it is here. 4. Okay. So something else is going to come with an advantage. 68, 2.5. These two are okay. 2.5. So if that 6-year-old mare, let's say, that's a 6-year-old mare. These two are 2.5. This is 41, 26, 68, 69, 23, 28, 6, 8. That's one way of looking at it. But if that fails, then it is here. Why I'm saying that might fail, because we have seen this thing failing from here multiple times. The larger drift has failed from here multiple times. So that's the problem. But other than that, it fits the bill. Anyway, 5 is the favorite. It is the highest FR. Better than this one, the 9. Comes from gate number 7. Has a pressure which is the highest, more than the linear, which is there, because the linear doesn't have pressure on this because of that. So 5 is good. 5 is good, unless it's a 4-year-old mare. I don't think it should be a problem. I don't think it should be a problem. If these things do not get in, which are going through a bad phase, or for some reason they have, been, they have gone through a bad phase. There's a 42, there 47, 47, this is a 34. If that doesn't happen, then it is pretty much here. 5, 6, 9. Five, 6, 9. That's where it is. And if this doesn't fail from here, there are quite a few things going on. That probably is not our problem today. That 11. That is not our problem today. That's very far. That's very far. That is the highest competition on that horse. That's not our problem today. The problem is here, the 5, 6. I mean, the genuine problem is 2. If that 2 gets in, then it's a problem. And it's quite capable of getting in. I mean, I don't know why it's going through that phase and why it is getting those numbers. I don't know. Probably there is a problem with the performance or something, which I have to look deep. But that's more or less why it is like that. But it's present. That's 1.5. That's present. The other reason could be that it comes from a rural track. That could be one more reason. Or a Wednesday kind of a form. So, but whatever said and done, it is in this game. If it is there, it is a threat. But if that is not the thing, and the 11 is too much, then it is 5, 6, 9 probably. 5 should go with the pressure. That's the highest. Then it'll fall. I was thinking it'll fall negative, but the negatives are 2 negatives. Here, this one is it's a 6-year-old mare. So I don't know what it is capable of doing, but it is pretty much, then it falls here. This is a 61, this is a 68. 41, 23, 28. It should work like that, unless the 2 gets in. we'll see how it works.
A little bit of cover out the back, you can certainly make up the ground at this point in time, and I like the look of your belly again as well.
She definitely gets a tick. They've definitely kept the work up to her, even though there's been a bit of a gap between runs. I think she looks better today than when she won.
Ford Gazette Fair's got a couple of runs under the belt since being the runner-up to Lake Vostok.
Very consistent. I think she's racing well. She'll get a run again today from that barrier. You'd expect that she can park just behind the speed and smothered up. Very consistent, knocking on the door for a win. It might be here.
Consistent is my comment as well. She parades very similarly to I've seen at all preparation. She's going well.
5 is Moonlight Circus. 2 from 3 for the preparation. Had the measure of stupendous at Lakeside.
A lot of these mares are sort of on their mark, or they're going a little higher. Well, we don't know where the ceiling with her is. Moonlight Circus, that is. She really quickened well at Lakeside after being held up, and yeah, she's got a very good turn of foot. So with the right run, she could easily go back.
Rexy, welcome back, Rexy.
Features on her. I think that she couldn't be in any better shape.
Blake Sheehan rides for 6 Sevilla for Lindsay Parker. Got a victory over the Velvet Tail.
Already some money coming for this mare, and she won well at sale. She had a beautiful run in the race. Time was okay, but I thought it needed to lift off that, but respecting the market support.
Just had a little bounce as she first came into the yard, but she's relaxing a little bit more the longer that she's in here. Her coat's on the improve. She's going quite well.
7 Into You is third up, and in some respects you could maybe treat those 2 home synthetic starts like trials and jump outs to be ready for this.
Fair call, and she ran well on each occasion being placed. She does need another win. It's over 500 days since she scored. That's a little concern, but she's very consistent no matter where you run it. I'm sure that'll be the case again today.
Good enthusiastic parade from her. She's got a lot of purpose about the way that she's parading. She's also very, very fit, so ticks a couple of boxes there.
Jamie Mott's a half kilo over on the 8 Bonnaroo.
Who's another one that doesn't mind a little bit of cushion on the track, so the upgrade is interesting, but $31, I think a fair price given her overall form.
Very pleasant mare, moving well. Colours, got a rich colour to her coat.
Logan Bates gets a third attempt to try to break through on the 9 Stupendous.
She's knocking on the door as well, runner up the last 2, Moonlight Circus and Surf and Bird, and they're both nice horses going forward, so yeah, this could be a runner to consider, each way chance.
Yeah, big strong mare. She's one of my top picks from the yard. I think she looks fantastic here.
10 is the Marg Factor, had an Edgeley Sticks and took it up, as is custom in that Surf and Bird race.
She can mix her form. It's like she needs everything her way, and I think that's the key. I'm just not sure with the conditions today that necessarily, facing that strong wind will be suitable for the first half. But look, when she's on, and she's capable at her best.
She's pretty consistent, this mare, 8-year-old mare. She's had 7 wins and 7 seconds. She's never too far off them. She looks good again here.
Craig Williams and Mick Price trying to plot the course for the 11 Yachio to get a second career victory on the board, resumed as favourite at Lakeside over 14.
Yeah, I like her run last preparation, but in the future stars behind no strings attached. That's easily good enough form to win this race, no question about it. And first up, there was an excuse, slow away, back in a race he didn't want to be. And I think back on a quicker surface here, a little smother early on. I think hoping she can park just behind the speed and prove hard to beat.
She looks good. Really neat type of mare that's reached her peak fitness already. Got a lovely colour to her coat. She's in really healthy order.
Was an outsider in this event last year. One dream, one soul for Andrea Leake and Thomas Stockdale is a $31 chance saw off written in code and Leah Vore. Hutch, how did you go combing through the Drummond Golf Syndicate?
I think that Yachia deserves another chance. I thought there were excuses when resuming. And she's a mare that's definitely got some upside and should get a good run here. Moonlight Circus, once again, a talent and quick and well last start. I think there's more wins in store for her. Stupendous is racing well. Jazz Fair maps nicely. 11, 5, 9 and 4.
I'm with Moonlight Circus here. I think that she's a lovely, progressive young mare. Couldn't have been turned out looking any better today. I liked her win at Sandown recently. She does have to step
John, welcome back. Good afternoon.
Some pretty consistent season mares, but I think that the team turned her looking out fantastic today. The other horse that I was really drawn to was Stupendous. They actually fought it out against each other most recently. They both look great here. And the rest of them, it's a pretty even field.
There we have it. Looking the goods, Moonlight Circus. She is certainly building a nice little CV. She's this mare by Trapeze Artist, who's won 2 of 5, been placed on another occasion. And she has been reasonably up around 360. She's 380 at the moment. But, not too much budget going on. We'll cover all those moves and more in a little while. But we've got Shay Keating, who's about to have a chat with Amy up.
Thanks for your time, Shay. Into you. I thought she's really starting to trend in the right direction. Her code's nearly there, isn't it?
Yes, she's about 80-90%. Probably triple A from home. A bit of weather.
So they're talking about that 11.
Should be no there after this.
She's been pretty consistent in her 2 runs back.
The advantage that the 11 has is the gate number 1. Okay, but that does not. That's not a big help, apart from the fact that the 11 has the lowest SP in the last race. But here it's a fall. It's a 61. The 6 is there, 68. The question is here, that's 68, 69. The pressure is low here, so I think it is 5, 6. Then 9. 9 is in. I think so. Let's see how it ends.
We'll be cheering you on. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Okay, interview there into you, $11. But the liability in the books here for Sportsbet are Yachio and also Sevilla. 2 horses that the market has identified, and they have liabilities in the books for Sportsbet. Now, Moonlight Circus trimming in from the $4.370, of course. Clearly, they're going to start favourite here. Yachio starting to tighten back up again, the 11. Now, Sevilla will roll forward from the inside barrier, and the market punters are identifying that she will be hard to beat. She sat on speed at sale into $5.50 now, and then outside of that, Stupendous, back out to $9. The mark factor can go forward and lead as well. Has had some spec, $27, maybe to a run down as well. So the liabilities are race 2, 11 and 6. The favourite is the 5, Moonlight Circus. You've got to get your bets on here, punters. What's gambling really costing you? For free confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Mick Price joins us. Yachio looking to break through here at the Valley at the second run of the preparation. What was the conversation with Willow as to how he makes a winning start to things?
The proper conversation I had with him after he stopped talking was, how do you think you're going to ride this? And get a man up in the gates, put her nose up in the V, get her to bounce, a little rub to the first corner because she
5-9. PC, welcome back.
Go on and last back in the ruck, and going to ride a forward race on her and keep rolling. But look, we've done the
4 is getting tailed, so that was not a problem.
Eventually, so she has been a slow maturing jump there, but look, I think she'll run well here.
What was the takeaways from what she did Sandown Fresh?
Didn't handle the hill, didn't get down the hill, and once they do that, they never win. So Blake just got off and said, didn't travel down the hill and
save it on 3.
Get down the hill and disappear. It's not hard to catch, So some are good at Sandown, some are not.
Speaking of hills, no climbs from the 1,600 metre start here, given what Willow's plan will be from the gate, as you mentioned.
So we'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We certainly will see. We're going to see how these runners have made their way down to the start, because this wind has not eased. It still looks pretty strong out there.
Yeah, it's certainly picked up a little bit behind the barriers here. I'm struggling to hear you even, but I had a nice chat with Logan Bates just on the way around to the barriers. I just wanted to know how he saw the race unfolding and where he would sort of try and aim to be in running, and he said he's definitely going forward from that gate. So always a sticky gate when you sort of draw those mid to outside gates here. You've got to make that decision whether you are going to go forward or back, and sometimes if you don't make that decision, you're stuck out wide. So he is planning to go forward on Stupendous. He's got his feet out of the irons there. That horse looks in outstanding condition. Good to see all these mares parading well behind the gates here, and Moonlight Circus. That's a horse I've always followed this campaign, having been up against this horse before with one of my own, and she's definitely a real standout behind the gates here and just coping beautifully. Team have got this horse in outstanding order, and the loading process is about to begin.
It's great to hear for the backers of the favourite. He's been pretty steady, Nige, around that sort of 380 mark by Moonlight Circus, and handling the strong wind is definitely as strong as it's been.
Yeah, marker-wise, no significant move. Maybe Sevilla 6.
Gatekeeper 6-11.
I think Vostok's gone completely the other direction. 10 out of 17. We join Matt Hill for the Drum and Golf Handicap.
Said well here, so Bonnaroo half a kilo over, Lake Vostok number 3, a red distinguishing cap sported by Billy Egan as they fill the stores. There's Into You going forwards. Hasn't budged from its $12 mark. Next one forward is Sweet Jasmine. So like we see very often, the mares races can be very open betting races, and this is no exception with Moonlight Circus, who showed a good turn of foot in limited room at Sandown recently, holding the call by 40 cents on bookies forwards. As Bonnaroo goes in, and Lake Bostock is the final one. So the field's set. We go 1,600 metres again. Ready, and away they go. Electric Bell from barrier number 3 away moderately. Chio out cleanly on the inside with Sevilla the mark factor. Jazzafair settles behind them. Electric Bell's punching up on the rails. And they were followed by Stupendous Deeper from Bonnaroo, Moonlight Circus, and a gap in the field, Lake Bostock Into You. So it's the mark factor. Loves to run out in front and at the 1,200 metres, led clearly by about 2.5 lengths Chio. A similar gap, Sevilla, the outside of Electric Bell. A length and a half, Jazzafair, followed by Stupendous, Sweet Jasmine, Moonlight Circus, Bonnaroo well back 3 deep. 2 further back is Lake Bostock, and last is Into You. So it's the mark factor. Into that ferocious wind down the back section, 850 out, led by a length and 3/4. Chio second, 2 lengths Sevilla, Electric Bell the fence, a length and 1/4 Jazzafair, and they were followed by Stupendous doing it the hard way. Sweet Jasmine next the inside from Moonlight Circus, spotting the lead about 7. Well back is Bonnaroo, Lake Bostock and Into You. So they run by the school, 600 to go. The mark factor joined and almost headed by Chio. And Sevilla made a line of 3. They're a length and a half. Jazzafair as the leader's gone. Electric Bell staying away from it, and they were followed by Moonlight Circus. So it's Chio left in front early, approaching the corner, 300 metres to go. Draws a length in front of Sevilla.
300.
There, and then Moonlight Circus, and behind those horses, Electric Bell and Lake Bostock. Chio went for the doctor, 150 to go. Led a length and 1/4. Jazzafair's peppering away. Chio halfway up the straight, but Jazzafair's just about got it. Jazzafair moves Jazzafair from Chio. Third on the inside, Lake Bostock, and then Moonlight Circus or Into You in the photo. Next to finish in the race was Stupendous and Sweet Jasmine. Bonnaroo, Sevilla, Electric Bell, last the mark factor.
Craig Williams looked to put his stamp on the race, 600 metres out, Hutch, but no one presses the buttons. Quite like Mark Zara in that sort of finish, he was able to get every ounce he needed out of Jazzafair.
That he was very strong in the finish and got there literally on the line. That's the first go at this course for Jazzafair, who probably wobbled a little bit on the turn, wasn't really fully balanced, but managed to reel in. Chio is very brave. I love the ride from Craig Williams. Got in the slipstream down the back early, presented, and then just felt the pitch late. There was a good gap back to third, and once balanced up in a straight, Jazzafair
if they keep doing this,
they spaced the rest of them, didn't they? The first 2 past the post have put a margin on the minors, but Mark Zara, Charlotte is on the ball.
Yeah, that looked a little tough around the turn, but upon straightening, really grabbed away and wore down that leader.
Yeah, it sort of worked out nice, had a nice run, and we like kick clear. She showed sort of good fight to come off the roll around the bend, but showed good fight late to get the job done.
Good to get over the line here for the South Australian team and the Jolly team. You've not ridden this horse before. Handled the valley all right?
Yeah, no worries. Had a sweet run from a good draw, and Richie only sort of sends horse that I got chances, so happy to ride for him.
Well, best of luck for the day.
Great.
Yeah.
Here with two.
they can't deliver pressure here.
Guys, how good was that? She's been so consistent this preparation.
They cannot deliver pressure.
A few bad draws, Amy, but today we had the right draw, right jockey, and we weren't sure about the distance, but I think she's right at 1,600, yeah.
Tell us about your ownership journey here. Have you been with this girl the whole way through?
Whole way, yeah, right from a 2-year-old, and she's been good. I mean, it's a long way from a second James now to winning.
I don't know what the results are, but it's pretty evident.
Really mature, developed, fantastic.
It's pretty evident that it's going to be very difficult for these people to deliver the pressure. So whether apart from these 8-year-old mares, that's 10, then 16. This was too far, very far, but that is what has happened. And then I don't know what has happened, but If that's the case, that they cannot deliver pressure here in this track, then it'll fall back to the jockeys and their understanding of the track. It'll become tricky. Back to back two races, okay. They could not deliver the pressure. They could not deliver 41. How are they going to deliver these pressures here, which are 158 and all that? Man, I don't know this. No, what I am saying, gatekeeper, is so the horses, they when there is a, if this is a so linears are the ones which are the front runners, all right. They're the front runners. They usually with a lot of pressure. You will see a lot of pressure that will come up here. Like this one is at 41%, but this is also the best horse. Okay, this is also the best horse. 5 is the best at 41%. Ideally, this should be delivered. If this was a track like Randwick or Flemington, this is what you're looking at. But since here the straight is 173, the problem is they are not able to run and build up the momentum at the last 173 meters to deliver this. That's why the low pressures are getting in. That is exactly what happened here. Okay, here the 2 was getting tailed. That's a separate story. But this did not work. This came in second. The 2 ideally should have gotten there. Here, this should have won, but it did not. Wherein a 6-year-old mare with the low, out here, if you look at these 3 horses, right, 4, 5, 6. Now, they are all same, okay? They are same. They have been treated same. What happened is, out of these, the lowest pressure on the horse. This is the pressure which is there on the horse. That depends on the weight that it is carrying and the distance it is traveling. All right. So that's the pressure. You might see that they have the same weight, but the pressure is low on 4. The same and the 11, which I thought is not the problem, it was the problem. Why? Because this is at -5. So this and this are no match, but this is a 6-year-old mare. But look at what happened. This was at 16 and this was at 10. So the 6-year-old mare went through with that, and that did not happen. So this track is going to, why this will become dicey is because if the jocks who are on these horses, they do not understand this particular dynamics of the track, then it is difficult. Then it is difficult here. We'll go to next. One 1835. So again, they have taken the linear, okay? That's at 38. Coming from gate number 1. This is the linear. That's the highest pressure. The horse is also not in a great shape. It doesn't look like it is. It is going to be very, very pleasant here today. It doesn't look like. I mean, this is the linear, okay? The linear with the highest pressure. I would have avoided this linear because it is not going through the right phase. For some reason, scratching and then not getting the right positions. That's why it is at a downfall. It's with the highest pressure. So the pressure definitely is not working. There was a 1600 meter. This is again a 1600 meter with a benchmark 84. All that is what is 7 now. 7 came in second. That is at 0. It's a 7-year-old gilding. All right. It's a 7-year-old gilding. It's at 0. That's 5. This is 6. It's weird now. That's 3.5. This is 6. This is the largest drift. Okay. This is from gate number 4, 6-year-old gilding. Ideally, that is the lowest among the linears. Then we have this one, which they have taken, which is at negative 7. It's a 6. Difficulty is huge. I remember PC warning about this track. So ideally, the 1 is the right odd, okay? But this will not work. I mean, this is not working here. That's all that I can say. It is not working. The pressure is not working. They are not getting the right length at the last mile to build up that momentum that is there on that horse, okay? It's like you're asking a jumbo jet to take off within a few meters. That will not happen. You're asking a jumbo jet to take off within a few meters. They take about 150 meters to actually build up. The length is 173. That's why it's not working. And that's why everything which is lower in pressure will take the lead. I mean, will get the advantage. So that 6 is the lowest among the, that is, I mean, if this is 2.5, it is at 29. This is 3 at 30. Then 6 is at 18. Okay, what we have seen is that 11 from gate number 1, 16 getting through, but this one was at 10. This was a benchmark 64. Here, the lowest out of all this, the performing horses. Okay, we are not talking about the advantage. This is a drop in class. This is a drop in class. This is a 6. Huge. I mean, the challenge is huge. This one also, the challenge is huge. If we look through the DICR from top, we get 38, 28, and then finally 3, 30, and then we get this one, which is at 18. Here, it is difficult. It is difficult. So that 6 is the lowest. So far, we did not get the pressure. We'll take a look at this one. I'll suggest watch. We probably need to get to benchmark a little higher to get, I mean, the fourth one will probably give us a little more clarity. What happens? This one is a benchmark 84. It is higher than that. I'd suggest that, watch. Did not happen. And they're saying it is an accident. I don't know. I don't think it is an accident. This is the nature of this track. PC, Randwick. PC, I'm going to text you, sometime tomorrow, because of the current situation, the stream. If we can hook this thing up through, this Discord. If we can hook this thing up with Discord, and if you have the stream, we can relay it here. Probably. I'll send you a text tomorrow, PC. Gatekeeper, none of us had 4. I expected 11 to place. Yes, but that's what it is. You see that's the lowest, okay? These two were 3 and 4. Out here, that's the lowest. Then it went to this guy. It's a tricky track. It's a tricky track. That's all that this track is. It's a very tricky track. Bishwa, welcome back, Bishwa. Disgusting. Jesus Christ. Got that, VC. Boom, 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 PC.
Punters. Kings Valley, though, arguably brings the best form lines coming through. Now, 450 into 420.
Brilliant, PC.
He's the popular elect with Sportsbet punters. Far flung, can you please win one? Jeez, it's been unlucky, been running super consistently well. $4.80 into $5.50 also. Tricky little gate to overcome again, but will they stay off the fence and allow the gap? Presta, hard bid third up, $6 rock solid. Reset the Jazz, hasn't been far away from most of these, $6.50. The Creator was the best back when markets open. 11 was snapped up. Holding at $7 here on race day to roll forward as well. So good genuine speed in this race. Dragoon, $7, disappointing last start. And then we're looking for a couple of roughies down the bottom. Falcon of Malta, drawn a good barrier, had some specking at an each way price. So we've got a really good spread of money at this stage as we get to a mounting yard. So a bit more to play out here. What's gambling? Costing you. Brand confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Spring Racing Carnival. This is how we spring.
Third of the mile affairs to start Moir Stakes Day, the Strathmore Community Bank handicappers, a 3-year-old and up contest at benchmark 84 level. Nails Murphy last year for Kieran Ma and Jamie Mellon. They link here, Hutch, with the one Kings Valley. Thought it was a promising return behind El Rocco. That form, of course, enhanced last weekend.
I really liked the run. It was eye-catching back down in grade. I think from that draw, if they can just find a little bit of cover here, second up and sticking to the mile should go very close.
He looks well again, this horse. His coach definitely trending in the right direction. It's not there yet, but I think that he has tightened up a little bit after that first up run too.
Scope for the two fire event to improve back to the Valley 1600 circuit.
With the winkers on as well, so is a horse that's a little bit of mixed form through the preparation, but she's capable on her day and might get a nice smothering run from where she's drawn, not the worst.
She looks fantastic. She's got dapples on dapples. This girl couldn't be in any healthier shape.
3, reset the Jazz with placings at this distance at the 2 August meetings here.
Give himself every chance because he's just going to lob probably in a very similar run to what Mark Tara found on Jazz Affair 1-1. He can take it up, but if he gets a little bit of cover, he'll be there to make his presence known.
I always feel the need to go up and give him a pat, this horse. He's such a lovely gentleman. He's very honest in the way that he's been racing through. He looks the same as what he has from all prep.
An extra 3 kilos for the Creator to deal with after the win here 2 weeks back.
Does rise in weight. They've probably got a pat last time. I don't know if they necessarily had the plan to lead there, but they did, and it worked out beautifully. Whether or not they do today is yet to be seen, but it won't be easy to face that strong breeze at the keys, particularly the first half of the race.
He's pretty switched on and keen today, but I'm taking that as the horse is feeling really quite confident. fitness-wise, he's made no improvement because he was spot on last start.
5 Dragoon was a beaten favourite here behind the Creator. That was second up. First up, a winner at Lakeside with D Lane attached. He's back in the saddle, so.
Pattern and pace on side at Sandown. Last start, just bitterly disappointing. They really wanted to back Dragoon, and I didn't see any excuses, so jury's out for me.
He looks so good, this horse. I found him on top last start, gave a huge push when he won first up. He's such a good-looking individual.
Bit of time between runs for the 6 Falcon of Malta. That second up run behind Reset the Jazz came on July 23 at Hillside.
That did, and probably didn't find the A1 part of the track, that's for sure. But third run of the prep should be pretty much ready now. Doesn't need another win. He hasn't won in over 470 days.
As the winter's going on for the first time today, so hopefully they'll just sharpen him up a little bit. He's such a big-barreled horse. I haven't seen any fitness improvement in him in between runs.
Second of the Bedgegood Roll the Dice Racing runners is horse 7 Presser, a winner here back at the Thunder.
Both fronts are really good this prep, and just beaten by a pretty smart progressive horse and just a deal at Lakeside. His third run of the prep now, he should be hard fit and ready to go, and he's got strong each week runs.
He looks like he's ready to peak today, this horse. He's definitely got beautiful tone, lovely coat, great manners.
Hasn't quite been going fully to plan for the 8 bar flung throughout the preparation. Craig Williams gets the opportunity for the inside draw.
Just needs a bit of luck, really, and he needs another win, to be honest. It's been nearly 700 days for him, and he's been racing well behind the likes of Reset the Jazz, two down the street, even the Creator last start. So it's time to deliver for him.
He really does need to deliver this horse, but tell you what, he just took very high bets to our cameraman here and nearly jumped in the bushes. So I take that as a good thing with this horse. I'm hoping that he's feeling really quite fresh and a bit above himself because he's been racing consistently. Maybe that might be heated with, who knows?
Far flung, not the first conveyance on course to take offence to a cameraman part of our team, Archer. I'd like to find out from Ash who exactly that was. We've got 8 to run here in the Strathmore Community Bendigo Bank Handicap. Nails Murphy's mentioned last year defeating Regal Zeus and Flush Feeling. You think that Mar and Jade Mallam can go back to back?
I love the first up run from King's Valley. I think he's ready to win. He might have a class edge in some of these. The Creator might find it a bit more difficult to lead and win, but is in good form. Reset the Jazz will just be there or thereabouts, and Far Flung, I suppose, with a bit of a smother early, which I think is important, will help, but he needs another win.
It's pretty hard to go past Dragoon here. The horse looks like he should be competing in the Gary Owen, but he's not just a pretty horse. He's a lovely athletic type, and he's been exceptionally well prepared for today. In saying that, he did look just as good last start. He was a little bit disappointing. He does need to gain our trust back by a forward showing here, but the horse could not look any better. He's an absolute picture of health. Of the others, very similar to Fire of Etna. She looks amazing. The Creator looks confident today, and Preston's reached his peak.
There we have it. Won't be too long before the riders will be jumping aboard their respective mounts here in the third event. And if you've just tuned in, it's the first couple of races. So we've had, well, the second event, a horse that settled probably in the first 4 or 5, a little bit of cover in the early stages in Reset the Jazz, and come out and win it. And, sorry, not Reset the Jazz. Reset the Jazz is, of course, in this event. But Miwa won the first, sweeping from back in the field. The second event, Jazz Affair was the horse that managed to get a good run and transit. The first two, both races, drew well clear of the rest of their rivals. Grindy Ralph got a key one here. This is a horse that is always looking the goods, Amy. Dragoon.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Hutchie. Greg Dragoon, I love this horse. He's such a good-looking individual. What did you make of his run last start?
A little bit disappointing. It's just not up to his usual standard, and really couldn't find any excuses at all for him. So hopefully we just forget that run and move forward and and trust his honesty.
In regards to the way that he was working going into last run and comparatively to today, is it on par?
Absolutely, no change with this guy. I mean, he's very black and white. If he changes anything, there's something to look for, and there hadn't been any changes with him at all. So it's very hard to explain the last start. It's just not like him at all.
Probably going to need a little bit of luck from that wide gate. What have you asked Damien to do?
Yeah, it was interesting, when we had a chat. I mean, it looks like there might be a little bit of speed inside us, of course, where we've drawn. So, but he said, look, if he flies the lids and he's there, he's just going to have to roll forward and try and get a spot. But at this stage, we'd be happy to let Speed roll forward and just try and slot in somewhere.
Good luck here, Greg. Hopefully you can bounce back.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go, 4:20 the field, and heavily back favourite now late on the Sportsbet books is Kings Valley. Jamie Mellon in the saddle to roll forward from that midish gate. and dictate terms. That's what the market is identifying with sports bet punters. So $4.20 there, far flung, rock solid around the 460. Now the best back runner outside of the favourite, the Creator, track and trip winner last start at $6.50. Get your bets on here, punters. They have to beat race 3, number 1 will be your market mover. Very confident. So I don't know. There's a big website.
Yep, runners making their way down to the start, and there is a good look at Dragoon, and a bit of a perplexing run as far as the stable were concerned last start. On the back of that win at Sandown first up, this preparation is definitely a horse that has more to offer. Absolutely no doubt. He's certainly looking good, so let's hope these connections. He can bounce back today. This win hasn't let up. It is coming from the direction of being a tailwind in the straight. So in these mile races, they are facing it for a significant portion in that first third of the race. A couple of the winners we've had have had a little bit of cover to shield them from that, Amy, but most of these looking pretty good. We've seen a number of these runners compete against each other throughout the preparation, and most of them seem to be handling this campaign pretty well.
Yeah, they are, Hutchie. I think there's a couple of really good, consistent horses here. Reset the Jazz. He's been a marvel, this preparation, this horse. It's been a very good training performance by the Hayes boys to get this big old boy back from a number of injuries, and he's been racing in such good heart. So, as we touched on in the yard too, Far Flung, he's another honest horse. He's been racing particularly consistently. He just needs to get the job done for the owners, though. They've stuck with him this whole way. They're well and truly deserving of a victory, and hopefully he's going to have a little bit of luck at the key stages today.
Yeah, definitely. He's been racing really well. Of course, runner-up Reset the Jazz and 2 Diamonds Group. We've set up a piece about Far Flung. Let's hear from the trainer himself, Danny O'Brien.
Danny O'Brien with us as Far Flung tackles the third event at the Valley. Have you had Jack Howard or someone in the team fumigate this guy's barn or go looking for a black cat because he can't have much luck?
No, he's been very consistent all prep without winning, and particularly his last 2 starts, he didn't have much luck at all. Hopefully today he gets the soft run from the low draw. Yeah, he's a tricky enough horse. He's run a lot of seconds without winning as many as he might have, but because of that, he's still down the bottom of the race, and he doesn't need much to go right to be the winner.
Expand a little bit on what a soft draw from one's going to look like for Willow. Like, how many pairs back do you anticipate him being?
I'd say second or third pair. He's a horse that probably, the longer you can hold him and suck into the race, the better he finishes. And unfortunately, I was doing it early in wide the other day, so you just got to almost trick him into just producing right at the death, and from that draw, you should be able to do that.
Well, it hasn't resulted in a W in the campaign so far. You would have been taken with the ability for him to show that short, sharp sprint on a couple of occasions.
Yeah. Recently, as 2 or 3 starts ago, he got cut down by that good filly of Dan O'Sullivan. So the form around his run stacks up. He will get there one day for another win, hopefully.
Just quickly, a word on Ornos' performance in the opener.
Thought he was terrific. He did all the work outside lead on a day where probably you're having to work into the wind a bit. He broke away from the rest and was just cut down on the line. So he's a colt that's in really good shape. He's thriving on the preparation, and we'll push on, probably come back here for running the start in a few weeks' time.
Thanks, Danny. All the best here.
Thanks, Tom.
Next to Jamie Carr here before we start the loading process. You're familiar with this horse having sat on him last starts. Intention wasn't to go forward last time. What's the intention today?
Yeah, he just jumped so well the other day. I just wanted to give him a nice run first up, and you actually surprised me with how much he stuck on. It would have been a hard run for him, but he hit the run fantastic. Look, today we drawn a bit sticky. Probably will be in the first half of the field still. Hopefully there's a little bit of cover, but like I said, he just jumped so well. He jumped so well last start, and it might be the same case today, but look, he'd be fitter and he would have tightened up from that run.
Unassuming guy, there's a bit of a dude next to him. All the best to him. Thank you.
And will depend a lot on how he steps from the gates, and hopefully can find a nice run in transit. Good to hear from Danny O'Brien there with regard to Far Flung, who's been racing in good form, and interested to see where he lands actually. In terms of tempo, well, the Creator may hold a significant part of that, potentially, having led one the other day. Dragoon is another horse that has led on occasion. In fact, the last 2 times he's led, he's finished second at Mornington and 1 at Lakeside. So a couple of factors there should ensure a reasonable amount of pace. They are starting to load up here for the third. Best of luck. Here's Matt Hill.
So again, Hutchie, a very open assignment this one, 30 seconds to starting time. And so favourite is Kings Valley, but very, very open indeed. So Far Flung, the well-supported second elect into the stalls.
Yeah, the moment things go upside down, they start saying that it is very, very open. Indeed.
Malta goes up and Dragoon will be the last. So a couple of natural front runners, Dragoon and the Creator, both involved here. And the field just about set as Dragoon is to complete the line. It's been a drifter here. $6 out to $8. So the field's right for the third. Stalls are back and they're racing, and the Creator broke away well out past the centre, with also Falcon of Malta, who's trying to pee back and look for a position. Out wide, pushing up as Dragoon as expected. Far Flung and Reset the Jazz hold their positions along the inside. As they head towards the bottom corner, 12.50 out, the Creator took it up. Dragoon's just working up around them. Kings Valley's keeping it there. Followed by Far Flung, Reset the Jazz. A length and a half away, Fire of Etna. Then came Falcon of Malta, and a length and a half away, Presser, biding its time. 9.50 out. The Creator led Dragoon a half length, a length and a half, Kings Valley. The tote favourites third and poised right behind these front runners. Fourth is Far Flung, a length and a quarter, Reset the Jazz, Fire of Etna. Falcon of Malta, and at the tail of the field is Presser. 800 to go, and the leader is the Creator. Just got clear about a length now to Dragoon, a length and a half, Kings Valley, Far Flung. 2 lengths, Reset the Jazz, Fire of Etna. Second last, Falcon of Malta, and Presser with it all to do. 5.50 out, the Creator starting to dial it up here, and led by 2 lengths to Dragoon, Feltmore. Kings Valley now out of the slipstream. Far Flung's run up behind the leader, about a length and a half off it, and trying to extricate away from the rails from Reset the Jazz, and Presser starts a looping run. Kings Valley moves up to the Creator. Around the turn, 200 metres to go. Kings Valley heads off the Creator, and then Far Flung, Presser, Reset the Jazz. Kings Valley, 100 metres to go. Far Flung looks to be the only threat, followed by the Creator. Kings Valley curling up. Far Flung coming up.
8.
Far Flung from Kings Valley. Third on the inside, the Creator. Photo 4, Reset the Jazz and Presser. Then Fire of Etna. A gap in the field to Dragoon and Falcon of Malta together at the end.
Danny O'Brien got exactly what he asked for, designed free race. Craig Williams got himself into that 2 pairs back spot along the rail. Kings Valley was the one who had to come out and try and bridge the margin on the lead of the Creator, and was a sitting shot late for Danny O'Brien Gallagher, who gets the luck he's been craving all winter at the beginning of spring. 8.14 with a photo to come for third.
Yeah, that was a lovely ride from Craig Williams. He made the most of a good gate. He just did enough early to hold his spot, and then let the race unfold. And with a horse that's got that short, sharp sprint and has to be produced, as Danny O'Brien mentioned, pre-race, it couldn't have worked out any better. Extricated off heels halfway down the straight, and that is Craig Williams at his best. Let's hear from the rider now.
Oh, well, he's back to winning ways again. Craig, that was a masterful ride. Well done.
Thank you. I'm grateful I had the horse presented the right run. Done his instructions for the horse. He was so consistent, running so well in this grade. But 11 seconds, it's really hard. And because of that, why he participate. He's such a sweet horse to do anything with. And most importantly, he's got another win on the board today.
Yeah, it's great. When you look at him in the yard, I mean, he's got deep into preparation, but he's still so well covered. And geez, he's pulled up magnificently, hasn't he?
Yeah, we've got great horsemen and women here, and in our training ranks, this is the perfect example. The horse has had so many runs, and he's such a lovely horse. Looks like he's got a lot more to offer. He's not running around like a jockey.
Will not be able to deliver.
I think he likes being in front.
This was a benchmark 84.
He stuck his head out the right time today, so it was lovely.
Well done, Craig. That was good to watch.
Thanks very much. And also a bit of an early celebration to all the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day tomorrow.
Thanks, Craig.
Happy Danny O'Brien joins us as Far Flung breaks through for the campaign to win the Strathmore Community Bendigo Bank handicap. To quote Dennis Committee, centimetre perfect from Willow.
It was. No, as I said pre-race, he's not the easiest horse to ride, but the map looked good for him today, and that's the way it turned out. And Craig just timed it perfectly, kept sucking into the race and produced him in the last 150 metres, and got there just on the line.
Could you see him reeling in Kings Valley? What were your confidence levels as Jamie Mellon was trying to bridge the gap on the Creator?
Well, look, as I said pre-race,
No, PC, it is a tricky place, PC. It's a tricky place. Now, how will you work here? How? Yeah, that's true, PC. We'll go to the next 4. 5 and 15 has been scratched. 2, 10, 8 and 11. So 2 is the favorite, which is the second linear. It's like come and dodge me. It is welcoming everybody. It is not. It is exactly like this one here. There's something not right with 2. Came in 6th, 9, and all that thing happened. But that's the highest rated. We go through that. Then 7. 1 is on top here. 14, 49. This is a drop here. Minus 40. 1.5. 7. So this is a hope. This is like bad, very bad. This one they're talking about, it is not stable. Came in 6 last time. Then they're talking about this one, that's gate number 13, 15. Those things are not, I don't know. Gate number 10 definitely did not work with that. This was the second linear. It did not work. 30% pressure did not work. So those gates, I don't know. This is gate number 12. 3 is 6. 18, 16. 16. This is the linear. How will... Those are not working. Seven. Raging Bull came in first. Ichuka. 9 came in 8th. 7. What's wrong with 7? I don't know. But so here is the thing. I don't know what is the result of the last one. We'll check. PC, do you know what is the fourth one, last race here? In the third gatekeeper, you have any idea? John, do you know which was the fourth one? Is it 7? I mean, see, the one was good. Okay, there's something not right, but it was a linear. That was the highest pressure. Did not work. They tried. The 3 was this was better. Then it was this. The 3 had pressure. Did not work from gate number 2 with that pressure. What happened is this was the game changer. This one. This is heavy. This is 2.5 at 29. Not working. 3 came in 4th. Okay. 3 came in 4th. It's 28, 29, 28. 184. 5 and 7, they did not get anywhere. So here, what are we looking at? It's -10, gate number 14, 27. Six. Sheen is doing it. Came in 5th. This will become a very, very tricky place to work with. So out of these two horses, 7 is better than 8. Okay. The advantage is more through the DICR. It is higher. It is lower. So definitely 7 is better out of these two horses. 2 ideally is the best. It's at 16%. Okay. It's not much. This one is at 18%. Then it starts dropping and the gates go wider. Will all that work here? I don't know. I mean, technically, Hmm. The 6 is good, but it's a very wide gate. This one, they're the same, but this one is with advantage. The 6 is good. It is good. It is probably the best, but I mean, it has the rails and everything, all that is there. It's also in a very good hand. Now, that's gate number 14. I don't know if the pressure is going to work, if they are going to be able to do this. Ideally, it is not working. It is going to the advantage, and that's not the only thing. The advantage has to be with a jock, with a gate. So here there are no jocks. The jocks are here, okay? Out of which 6 is with the best jock, which is Sheen, I think. But it doesn't have a gate, has the advantage. And that's probably one of the best horses. Then it is falling here. They have the jock, but they are on pressure. We go further, then 8, which is like that. Okay, so that way 8 is correct. With the jock, I mean, this is the 4th best jock here with an inner gate. These two, I don't know, they're on pressure. The 2 is on pressure, which is the favorite. This is on pressure. 8 is the highest given out here. The 2 is Lada. The 70 is gate number 14. That's difficult. 8 is the EW. That's that. 7, which is better, but it doesn't have a jock on it. So that's not getting there. So probably 8. Let's see. It's got a few league races. Gate number 5, and that 6-year-old mare, which is the linear, but it is on pressure. That's not going to happen. This is probably the best, but it is from gate number 14. That's that. This one falls. The advantage is way higher here than 10 is. That's that. 14 minus 668. This is the other one. But it falls here. It doesn't have a jock. I mean, if we have to have a jock and a gate and a low pressure, then 8 is the one. That's, if I stretch this, then this jock comes into the, it is not there. We have taken the top 3 here, but this is when the top 4 comes in. So this is the top 4th here. This is a good horse. Highest advantage, inner gate. That's all. This is from gate number 14, so that I don't know. 2 is on pressure, gate number 9. The other one is here, but that's a very, very strong one. 7 is gate number 2. If the jock does the justice, then probably maybe. Well, here 8, I think so. I don't know. We'll see. Tamil, Ranwick. We should have gotten. I mean, I feel so helpless today that we had to get here. Though, I mean, anyway, we had to do these races, these stakes, the Moir Stakes and all that. We had to do all that. But honestly, I seriously don't like to venture around unless it is a situation like this. Today, I really feel helpless that we are not at Ranwick or any place like that.
$50, and he's rock solid. He's hard fit. He'll roll across and pour that speed into it. Now, Fame, geez, he hasn't been living forever, I'll tell you that, after his early 3-year-old career, but $9, $7.50, 6 cents deductions, remembering. Bryce Stewart's hard fit, $7.50 will be hard to run down. And Miss Tardy can run this trip. The market says an each way quote has been snapped up. The best back at the price to 13, Almarac. He was disappointing last start at Sandown, but the $23 was taken. So good go here for race 4, number 2, Lincoln Rocks. Feed. I've just done a pork roll myself. Fantastic. Settled in for the day, and I'm going to wait for race 5, number 3. Angel Capital, first up for Chris Waller. Gets to a track and trip, which he has won at first up beforehand. And then I'll stay at Moonee Valley, race 7, number 8, of course, Alpha Sophie, first up for Team Moody and Coleman. And this horse, geez, the Queensland form. Fantastic, 2 for 2 there. She's just got to jump a little bit better. The price is already off. It's gone off. Just like the feed. It's flying. Gambling across the confidential support. Call the 1-800 number. This is the website.
This podcast is brought to you by the Racing.com app, your racing connection for news, race replays, tips, and national form. Download wherever you get your apps.
Ripping crowd here at the Valley. Why wouldn't you be here enjoying the sunshine, the temperature in the low 20s, and a good afternoon set to come. The build up towards the Moir continues with race 4, a benchmark 78 over the 2040, the Rexel Electrical Supplies handicapper. Horse 1 is Yellow Brick Road. We see him at the race touch for the first time. It's the 2024 Adelaide Cup.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gap between runs, so there'll be some improvement to come. He performed well last campaign, didn't he? Won the Lord Greens as well, but he'll, one would imagine, improve on this and be better over further.
Yeah, good luck to Connections. Good to see the horse back at the race. So I prefer to watch him today, but he looks very well.
2 Lincoln Rocks won this race last year at a $2.55.
Yes, and is a horse that I think looks really well placed at the stage of the preparation. Second up, just needs a bit of luck from the gate, but stepping up to the 2,000, like we said, has performed well here in the past. In fact, he's got a great record.
He does. He looks excellent, this horse too. He's always been a neat type. Hasn't really been carrying too much condition. I feel like he's peaking already.
Previous start, he's also got a fantastic record here at the Valley. 46
J-Mac is IQ
upset win fresh in the Leilani final. She hasn't had things exactly go her way.
No, she's had excuses. She was just in the wrong spot at Caulfield, and she was off the track facing the wind the other day at Flemington, and her first up was terrific, I thought, for back in the field. So, with forgive run, she's probably going better than what it looks when you first glance from recent form.
She looks very well, this girl. She has matured a lot mentally. I do touch on that a bit with her because she has been a little bit fizzy and a bit hot previously. It's a good parade today.
For his Red Aces, whose last spring was able to win the Valley Vars at Group 2 level of Cox Plate.
Look, he just didn't come up last campaign.
J-Mac was then in front.
Where are we at with him? Maybe he needed it first up. It's not D-Day today. We want to see something.
I do think he's tightened up a little bit. I think that he has got a bit more to go. Remember him as a confidence horse, he used to be a much more high-energy horse, so he might just need a few runs to find his groove.
5 out, 6 Elsie May is brought back in trip and Blake Shingo.
Yeah, I like her coming actually back in trip. I know she's run well over 1.5 miles, but I think her sweet spot at this level might be around this distance range. And, should once again need a touch of luck from the gate. She can take a position. Generally, she's been pretty consistent.
She looks okay. This girl, very similar to how I've seen her. She's still a bit wintry, but she's been racing in good heart in that condition.
Saw Sweet Jasmine tackle the second event this afternoon. 4-7 Raging Bull had the better of her and everybody else in the trip. It was a really good win too for back in the field, cricketed up beautifully. I thought, he may genuinely come back a little better this campaign. So he's only had the 3 career wins, but it's certainly a solid.
So benchmark 84, the linear could not deliver. This is a benchmark 78.
8 Fame's
How
back
is
up in
that
shoot
gonna
again
work?
and gets old mate Luke Nolan.
Yeah, I was listening to the radio this morning. I heard Pete Moody talk about this horse. It's taken a long
But it
time
at least
to get
came
back
in
down to the
second.
handicap market. He could be competitive, but some of his form has been quite solid in much stronger races. But he's a take-on trust type.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's not giving me any signs that he's going to turn around today. It's a very similar parade to how I've seen him a lot lately.
9 is Superstock. Billy Egan goes forward, another via that Actane Racing Bullfield.
Pretty consistent super gallop, but probably needs all favours to fill him on a spot.
His coat's definitely on the improve this horse. He's been fit all preparation. He looks okay.
10 Navy Kings here off for win on Carline Day.
Had the pattern on side that day, and as we saw with the creators on that sort of day, that they can run well, but it's not as easy. Might not get the exact same pattern.
I think he's going really well, this horse. If every run he just gets a little bit better.
Lennon Wright to it's been beaten a shade over a length in both of the August 2040 contests here.
Yeah, he's racing really well. He's very consistent. You mentioned that Navy King form. He's a couple of runs here at the Valley to contain merit. He won't be far away.
He looks great, this horse. His coat's absolutely beautiful. He's looked good all preparation.
12, a brilliant venture was on the 7-day backup when having the better of Captain Alexis in Moe.
Works well there. This is a stronger race for mine, and I'm not sure about that form.
Fitness is absolutely spot on, as you'd expect from this stable if he can take this next step up.
13, Elmirax, a bit of a conundrum. Maybe the market's saying something too much. 12, 11, 10, BOP.
You know what? There was also money around from an early stage as well. They've been nibbling away with just Gallagher, who showed something in that second up run, and the runs either side of that have been pretty ordinary to say the least, but where there's smoke, etc.
Yeah, looks well again, this horse. Very similar to how I have seen him. He always just gets that little bit warm on his flank, so no real improvement, but there wasn't any to be made.
14, Jahuli's brought back in trip by Greg Carell after a couple of attempts at a mile and a half.
Yeah, I think 2000 once again is better for this horse. They've tried tactically a couple of different things to try and get a win. I think in an even run race with the right run, he could easily figure out the finish, and might be a bit of value.
He's another one that needs another win on the board. He's been racing pretty consistently. Wouldn't surprise.
15 is a scratching 16, Bavicia. Makes the field off a sale placing.
Yeah, it's a fair effort. Easier race for mine, and I thought this a little bit more was required here. Probably short enough in the market.
Definitely feeling well enough within himself. He's on his toes a touch here today, so hopefully that means an improved performance.
Bavicia had brilliant venture behind him in that race. So, race 4, Rexel Electrical Supplies Handicap, Lincoln Rocks as a short price favourite, defeating Gentian Blue and Lording last year. Punch you with Lincoln Rocks to go back to back, but you're getting a better quote 12 months on.
Yeah, you are. Look, when the markets have, well, this has always been a very open sort of race. So I thought second up, Lincoln Rocks up at trip might have a little class. Navy King is probably a little bit less of a chance than what I would have liked, given the pattern. And Miss Tarzi could run well. She looks a good each way chance. And at a bit of a price, perhaps Raging Bull could get it done. 2-10-3-7.
Patchy, we are well and truly on the same page here. I see them very similarly to you. I'm with Lincoln Rocks on top. I feel like this horse has hit his peak already. He looks really good with his coat today, and I think his fitness is absolutely spot on. Great parade from Navy King. This Tarzi is very consistent. And the other horse that I thought might run a race is Rise to It. He's looked good all preparation.
Yep, there he is. Lincoln Rocks on the way down to the start. There's always looked at an open race pretty much from the get-go. And of course, Bill Wild, who'll be representing Simon Wild and the team with Navy King. We're about to hear from now with Amy.
Thanks for your time. As always, Bill doing a great job deputising here. Navy King has been a model of consistency all preparation.
Yeah, Davey, he's done extremely well, and I think even though he looks a bit hairy today, you might notice that I think there's still a bit of improvement to come in. And I do think, he's coming to his peak now. He's very fit. And although this race does look a little bit more difficult for him today, a bit more speed on, awkward barrier, a bit more weight, of course, but basically the same as last time. It'd be nice to see him with a wind about. It'd be nice to see him just sit get a leader and sit behind, keep out of the wind, and then come strongly at the finish.
You touch on his code. It's funny, we know as horse trainers, it doesn't necessarily mean much, does it? They can race very well, and I think sometimes climate and weather stable, that plays a big part.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, most of our horses are kept outside anyway, in little paddocks with shelters. So, yeah, it does. They do look a bit untidy at this time of the year in particular.
He's been racing in Wonderful Heart. Hopefully you can get a clear passage like we discussed, and he can hit the line hard. Best of luck here.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, and now he's taken over favouritism from Lincoln Rocks here too, so Navy King to jump, roll and lead and be the one to run down. Now a little bit soft in the market late. Race 4, number 2, your earlier favourite in Lincoln Rocks. Fame hasn't moved, he's holding at $7 and some each way plays. Who's the roughie? Who's the upset? Smells like one when it's $6 a field. You normally get an upset. Miss Tazi, Almarac, Elsie May, any one of those could cause an upset, but it's a real tricky race, this one. I don't think we've got a market mover here for you, folks, as a matter of fact. What's gambling really costing? Free confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit that website.
Great to chat to Mark Kavanagh. Free races, Superstock continues this roll going. His press reading the phone number, Mark. It's been quite an extensive 2025. How are you?
Lee, this track is very tricky, Lee. This track is very tricky. So I think it is here. The game is here. Even if the 3 is on pressure,
Can things benefit him?
it's like that. The 2 which they are talking about is from gate number 9, and it is getting tailed.
With the sting right out of it, but
So
I see they're all sort of scouting a little
it's
bit
here,
now. So
and then one of the advantages will get in somehow from somewhere. I don't know. The 7 they are talking about 7. They have also spoken about 7. 7 is one of the best, but doesn't have a jock to deliver. The 7 is one of the best in this. Look, can go any direction. I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch Lee this until and unless we get to a group 1 or a group 3. Let's just get a feel from a group 3 or a group 1. Then we'll know if they can carry out the pressure here. It is. This track is behaving in a very, very different way. 173, and you're expecting the Group 1 races to be hosted here. The Group 1 races, if you look at those races, the pressure are about 200%, 150, 140%. How will those horses win?
Don't know if there's been a massive push really for anyone runner. They're nibbling a few. For those who might be just chiming into the coverage for the first time this afternoon, Mark Kavanagh alluded to it slightly.
You need at least 300 meters, 350 meters at the last mile, which is not there. It is 173. 150 is the minimum requirement for the linear to build up the momentum. If they are anywhere in a range of 60 to 80%.
Maybe not hard rail, but if the leaders are going to stop and you've got to work around, you're naturally going to find yourself in those mid lanes, aren't you? And that's what we have seen, because that tailwind in straight or headwind down the back is quite strong. Anyway, they're starting to load up. There goes a look at Miss Tazi. She's locked away. Hopefully she can get better luck for her connections as well today. Here's Matt Hill.
Might be a very important thing here in this race. 114 of them to go from the Cox Place.
7 is good. It doesn't have a jock. That's a problem. You need a jock, you need an inner gate, and you need advantage.
Recent winner goes forwards.
7 is good. There is no doubt. 7 is good, but it doesn't have a jock.
To join them. Almarac going up into barrier number 6 as Elsie May.
This track is all about the jockey judgment and how they do it. Sheen is from gate number 13, 14 on one of the best horses, but
Elsie May stands well and Rise to It taking the outside. Early stages.
This is a 2,000 meter, might play a little different. Let's see.
Lincoln Rocks bounced away well out past the middle. Raging Bull away fairly. Miss Tarzy's one of the initial leaders. Superstock over on the fence. Lincoln Rocks and Rise to It sweeping across the base of the field at the judge. They were followed by Brilliant Venture. Elmarax in the middle of the ruck and a bit fizzed up from Yellow Brick Road for Vicia. Followed by Navy King and the Live Jacket well back early from Fame Shahuli. Red Aces and Elsie May is at the tail of the field. So with 1,550 to go to the Dean Street side, Miss Tarzi took it up from Rise to It, who gets across from that wide alley second, one off the rails. Superstock is third, the inside. Lincoln Rocks 1-1 at the moment. Brilliant Venture is 3 wide and Navy King is 4 wide as they head towards that bottom corner. Next in the field is for Vicia and Elmarac, and then came Yellow Brick Road, 2/3 down, 3 wide. Raging Bull next from Fame. This is Jahuli, last Elsie May. As they head towards the back section, 1,000 to go, and eventually Navy King, after being 4 wide, crosses and leads. Has spent some tickets though, a length and a quarter. Second is Rise to It, Brilliant Venture deeper. Miss Tarzi next the inside. Lincoln Rocks has had a cushy run. Further back is Superstock on the inside, off the back at the 850. A length and a quarter, Elmarac, and then came Bavici, Yellow Brick Road. Well back Fame, Red Aces. Towards the end is Raging Bull, Chahuli, and Elsie May about to hook 3 and 4 deep. Navy King, 650 metres to go by a neck to Rise to It. A length and a half, Brilliant Venture Road along from Miss Tarzi. Then came Lincoln Rocks, who's niggled out from Elmarac. Superstock 6 off the lead. Bavici, Elsie May is a long way back with Fame and Chahuli. Rise to It, put it to Navy King. 350 metres to go. Draws a neck in front of Navy King, followed by Lincoln Rocks, Miss Tarzi, Elmarac. Then came Superstock sticking to the inside from Elsie May. It's Rise to It, Navy King still kicking at the 150. Rise to It, Navy King, and then Lincoln Rocks and Elmarac the outside. Rise to It, 100 metres to go. Navy King's fighting Lincoln Rocks and Elmarac. It's just one from Elmarac, Lincoln Rocks, Navy King, and Elsie May. Next, Superstock Kahuli. Miss Tarzi next, and then came Raging Bull Bavicia. Well back in the field was Fame, Yellow Brick Road, Red Aces, and Brilliant Venture.
Matt Hill calling it for Rise to It. Luke Cartwright ahead of his David one Simon on one rider, and a little bit later on this afternoon. And our feature of Moir looks to have done it from a wide draw here. Navy King back to the inside, and Moir, who we mentioned through the yard and expecting and betting 12, 11, 10. Lincoln Rocks about the mark once again, but very satisfied. Kira Mo's on the board just on Moy Day.
Yeah, brave win, tough win. Gee, there wasn't much in it. Was there going over the line? About half a length between the top 4 and Rise to It from the Kira Mo yard. Claim here with a young.
It is bad.
Very strong.
It is bad.
Navy King was so brave off that mid-race move. Gee, that's been some sort of run. Almarac closing well. Lincoln Rocks kept on nicely and had its chance as well. A good performance, a deserved win, it has to be said, to Rise to It, who'd been competing here at the Valley for his last couple over the same course of distance. Went a runner-up behind Nothing Else Matters, and then 4th, of course, behind Navy King last time out. And he's managed to turn the tables in a real big dog go down the straight, just when he'd sort of fought off, some of the challenges in those concluding stages. They launched from out wide, didn't they? Almarac catching the eye, and Lincoln Rock
11, 13, 2 and
in the running wide.
10.
So a really good performance here from Rise to It. 11, 13, 2 and 10 as we head over to Charlotte.
He just told me, Luke, he's excited. He's got a big one coming up. We're all excited for
It'll be very difficult. I mean, 2 was from gate number 9 with a pressure, did not go through. 11 went through. 56, 13, 9. It is haywire. It is all over the place. It is all over the place. There is no parity. There is nothing. There is nothing. It is all over the place. 11 from gate number 15, which was a 3, okay? 13, it went to this. I mean, it is actually going to the horses which are not supposed to win. 7, that we think about, did not have a jock. 8, that was there, couldn't do it. 56. This is a listed race. Let's see. 5. 3, 2, 5, 4. So this jockey has never played here on the linear. Nobody has liked him. And it actually went like that. So 3 is a horse. That's the first thing. And it is not a dedicated jock. Damien Lane is going to ride it for the first time. This probably 1 is, if we look through the DICR, that's probably the best. Then it is 2. Then it is 3. Okay. Now, this is from gate number 7. The jock has never played here on number 1. So that's something I don't know. Here, that's that. 6. That 7-year-old mare wins. That's the only one which has the negative advantage. Okay. That's the only one which has negative advantage. Has a jock who's riding C. Williams. 1200 meters. So the three that they're talking about, which is the favorite, is the ideal favorite. That should be the favorite because the linear here has fallen, plus the jock has never ridden here. Okay. The three, the problem is it is a horse. It has a mind of its own. Whether it'll run or not, that's a $1 million question. Plus, it is like 77 so far. This is a 1200 meter. We have had a 1200 meter. No, this is the first time we are going to have a 1200 meter. It's a listed race. It's a listed race. 28, 28. Out of these two is better. So this is a 7-year-old mare, and after that the lowest pressure is on this horse. It doesn't have a jock. I mean, is not about the best of the jocks. Here and here. 6. What is 6? 6 is the last one. Came in 14th. 46 weeks ago at Caulfield. It's going through a bad patch, that's all. '93, '93, '95 is at 29. This is 94. 5, 6, 3. Two. Who is Melham? So they're both at 28%. This one comes from gate number 4, which is a 5-year-old mare. It's 108, 92, 89. But through the DIs here, this is a better horse, the 2. Okay? The 2 is a better horse. The same, carrying same. Then it is here. Okay? Well, how will that work? I am very not sure. Let's say this is not there in the game. And 12. If that 7-year-old mare gets in, then it'll be very, very disappointing. And it, by the way things are happening, what is that 7-year-old mare? Number 7 is Danny's Darcy. This is a linear, it doesn't have the physics, okay? But on these races, that doesn't matter much on LR. They are prepared like that. So whether it has physics or not, that's a different thing. Is the second linear, the 4. That's that. But this one is a better one. It's 3. 57, 64, 28, 28, 37, 107, 89, 92. Two. This I don't know whether it will carry or not. This is okay. 2. This, the jockey did not. The jockey is not from here, so that will not work. The other question is this one, the 6, but it is the last. I mean, ideally, this is what it is, but it is here. It is. It doesn't look like it is happening. The game is between these two, unless this one topples it off. The 7-year-old mare. If that 7-year-old mare topples it off, then God have mercy. This 2, as though it is here. 2 has advantage. 28. Then it is here 29. So it could be 2. It could be 2. The problem is this one. If that gets in, that gets in. Vishwa, boom. The problem is a lot of jocks are too lazy to write it, and we needs to take initiative. Oh, the question is, do they actually, do their homework? I mean, we've discussed this a million times, I guess, PC. This track is not letting the pressure build up. It doesn't have the space. The runway is too short for the jumbo jets to take off. The runway is too short. If they rave it, here probably the strategy is to rave it. Here I think the strategy is to rave it. If they rave it, we can see some changes probably, but they're not raving it. They're trying to play it like Randwick. It is not going to play like Randwick or Flemington or Sandown. It is not going to play like that. The runway is too short. Too short. And that's when, I think the reason they hold this Moir Stakes here is because it's 1,000 meter. I mean, now we understand. I mean, there's a clarity on this because the Moir Stakes, they are 1,000 meters. That's why it is held here. So that essentially means that you have to be raving the horses. Each and every race, whether it is a 2,000 meter or a 1,600 meter, you have to treat it like 1,000 meter. If you treat it like 1,000 meter, you still have a chance. If you don't, then it'll not work. Get the lead. That's it. There's no space for these people, these horses, to actually build up the momentum. I mean, look at what has happened in last so many races. All right, this was an open race. Let it go. 74. The pressure did not work. It was a 6-year-old mare with the lowest. 84. That went through. Okay. Here. 11. That went through. Now here. So none of the pressure has worked so far. 38% did not work. Nothing. Now we are at 77. This is at 77. This one is at 77.
Touch with a win at listed level during the Queensland Winter Carnival before a second in the Moonee Grafted.
In great form and so consistent throughout the preparation, which has been rather lengthy as well, it has to be said. But yeah, 12 from 25 overall, 4 from 8 over the trip, and arriving in stellar form.
What a cool horse. He looks really, really good, this fellow. Lovely handsome type, great attitude, perfect condition. Looks like he's quite a robust type. He's pretty hard to keep fit, I would have thought.
Zoo is Zoo Sensation, who is going sensationally.
I like the fact they're coming back to 1,200, actually. I think he's at this level going to be better suited here. I know his last 2 wins have come 1,400, but he was a bit keen the other day and he was feeling the pinch late. And now at a listed class level in a race with good speed, I think he will be more tractable. They'll roll along with Red Hot Nick in the race, setting out good sectionals, and that'll allow him to get into a good rhythm and potentially make it 4 wins in a row.
He looks outstanding, this horse. He's such a deceiving fellow for a horse that wears a butterfly bit and a crossover nose van and goes so hard you'd never think it in the mounting yard. He's an absolute top here. He looks great.
Allen winning the race last year aboard a little deep for Kiramar. 3 is Angel Capital, victorious the big day last year in a Mackenzie Stakes as a 3-year-old. He makes his debut for Chris Waller.
Yeah, we don't know what the ceiling with this colt is, and his work since joining Chris Waller has been excellent. His CV reads very well, of course, he's an Autumn Stakes winner, and also had experience here at the Valley. The format of that race, the Mackenzies, worked out pretty well too. It was an exciting colt on the way through. Let's see what he's got. I think he can win. I think he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing this fellow, and he hasn't disappointed. He's definitely strengthened and grown since last preparation. You can see it physically in him. He just looks to be carrying a little bit more muscle than what he used to, but he is a 40-year-old China now. That testosterone pumping through his body, he's going to thicken up, he is going to get heavier. It's a really good parade for him.
Damien Lane won this race on Break Smash in 2017. 4 is Miraval Rose. Her best could be good enough here, Hutch. Do we drawing a line through what she's been able to show on those free jump outs?
Yeah, and well, she won the T10. She was placed in Tracity at Group 3 level. You spoke to Geordie Childs earlier. They said that she's going really well. I got the impression of what she said, that'd be improvement to come and over further. That's the way I'm playing it.
Yeah, she looks so good, this horse. She's probably one of the healthiest coats you'd see today. She's always a particularly healthy individual. It's a good return from her.
To the 5 in Red Hot Nick. He and Tom Stockdale will ensure this is run at a Series depot.
Yeah, that's what he does. He'll just jump and run, and if they give him as much rain as they did last time, which was far too much, then he'll be hard to catch. And this track's pretty quick, so he might take some really in.
Really good enthusiastic rate from this horse. I feel like he's really confident at the moment. You can see that in the way that he's been turned out.
Lindsay Park produced an upset to win this race 3 years ago with ASAR. They would double down on that if they can get the tune out of 6, the Pendragon Fresh.
I'm happy to watch him. It's been a long time between runs, and I think the work's been sound and I prefer to watch.
Yeah, I'm happy to let him go around without my money on him today too. He's a little nugget, this horse. I think he's got a nice base of fitness there, but I'd be surprised if he was wound right up for this.
When trained in Victoria in the early stages of her career, the 7 Danny St. Darcy did plenty of racing here at the Valley. She's third up by the Ori Star.
She had 9 starts for 2 wins in as many seconds. She likes it. And actually, when you look at her speed figures, they're decent enough. If a couple don't turn up on their game, this is a horse that, if you are playing the exotics, could easily figure in the finish at a price. I don't think she's good enough to win it, but she could run well.
She's a good moving there, this. It was a really nice, relaxed parade from her. I don't think she's too far off her peak in regards to her fitness.
She finished 5th in this contest last year in a field of 7. A little deep beat Arkansas Kid, the $1.85 favourite. Desert Light Ferg will see him later on this afternoon tackle the So You Think She Dances as a short price favourite, defeating Semyon and Rangers a couple of years ago on Cox Plate Eve. Rangers had placed in a Ramorni at the start prior, as per the form line for Compelling Truth in this contest. Excited to see Angel Capital, 1 back at the races, 2 in the care of Chris Waller, and here at the Valley once again.
Yeah, he looks like he could be a horse that could really put his name up as one to follow for the rest of the spring, depending on how he performs here today. But I've got him on top. I thought he looked a great chance. New Sensation is the clear and present danger, and I think those 2 clear out from the rest. Compelling Truth, Red Hot Nick of the rest, and I'm with Angel Capital.
This is a really, really tough race to assess. Every horse in this yard looks fantastic today. Credit to all the training efforts and all the staff at home as well. I've gone Zoo Sensation just on top. I was toying between him and Angel Capital. They both look fantastic. I just think Zoo Sensation, he can't fault his parade. He's a very, very fit horse. Hopefully he's sharp enough. I'm going to catch up with Troy in a second, just dropping back that bit in distance, but looked nice and bright in the yard. Overall condition's great. Angel Capital's definitely come back stronger horse. Mirabelle Rose always looks good. It's a really tough race and quality Scorpio.
That it is. Really looking forward to this race, and the betting is trending towards Angel Capital, but pretty solid as well. Zoo Sensation, the top 2 at the moment, clearing out from the others who are just winding out a peg or 2. Great shots throughout the day with the Sportsbet drone, and just looks absolutely fabulous out here at the Valley. Troy Corstens is a man we want to hear from desperately ahead of his charge today, and he's got a couple of big chances.
Oh, he certainly does, actually. Troy, thank you for your time as always. You've got a busy day. How are the nerves ahead of later on for starters?
Pretty good today, I'm going to say, Amy. It's, we've done everything we can, and happy with both the horses that are running today. And, it is what it is.
Zoo Sensation, he looks sensational. He just seems to be in a rich vein of form, this guy.
Yeah, he's got that little question mark. He's bringing really good winter form, and hopefully he can continue with it right through the spring.
He's a deceiving horse. They come and stone him in the yard. The horse that wears a butterfly bit and a crossover and pulls hard. He walks around here like an absolute gentleman.
Yeah, ask his rider, and they honestly, he can be one of the hardest pulling horses you've ever seen, and hence the butterfly is playing straight.
I like the 2. Here is what it is looking like. So out of 2 and 4, 2 definitely is better with a low pressure. So it's either 2-4 or 2-5. It's either 2-4 or 2-5.
I think you're in a very good day. Best of luck with both the runners here.
This one I don't know. It'll.
Zoo Sensation. Amy's pick of the arc.
But having said that 7-year-old mare is here and the 6 is here. I'm just hoping that it works.
Tap, tap, tippity, tap. The punters are just smashing it away.
telling you. Into 205 to even money. Looking like going to start in the red here. Race 5, number 3, market move. But with that, we're firm enough with Zoo Sensation, the only other runner which we've had support outside of Angel Capital. This is a good go. Great
4 out of 4 and 2, 2 is better, Bishwa.
Very confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
Out of 4 and 2, 2 is better.
More than a hint of Viewlawn Green in the tie of Charlie Duckworth. Great to see Charlie in town.
5 is there in some. It's just that it doesn't have a jock, PC. That's all. 5 is there. It's either 2-5 or 2-4.
Look, he's a really exciting colt. Comes here, obviously, having had
I think so.
long time
We'll see.
runs, which is obviously always a little bit of a concern in terms of fitness, but handling the track is a massive advantage. His trials have been fantastic. He's just been absolutely smoking the pipe in his trial. So, based on that and the way...
The pressure definitely is not working.
Very good box. Very good showing.
Can you explain to people a little bit of how he's been managed?
The pressure definitely is not working, and that is a difficult proposition. That is a difficult one. I mean, when it basically what it does is it'll make it very volatile. You don't know. I mean, we know
as he can fire up the pencil. Damien took him down nice and quiet.
when it is a stable track, like with a 400 meter straight, we know that the pressure is the key. But when it is 173, then it is open to all. And it is going to be so far that is, this is the 5th one, right? Back-to-back 4 races, none of the linears, none of the ones with pressure got in.
Thank you.
Just had a chat with Geordie Charles on the way around here. Mirabelle Rose team have got this all spot on first up, and his aim is from that barrier 1 to box seat today.
This is the first listed race. Let's see. It should work.
Also interesting just to have a look at
This is a 5. 5 is also good, but 5 doesn't have a jock. I don't know how it'll work. But 5 is definitely very good. It's either 2-4, 2-5, something on those lines. Maybe.
Really, really good, this horse. Really, really physically bulked up a bit and certainly a lot more mature. So excited to see how he goes today, and they are starting the loading process.
That they are, and it looks like Angel Capital's being loaded away. Amy, looking forward to this one?
Absolutely, I am. It looked a good race on paper. I was looking forward to seeing a number of these horses. Tell you what, it's a hard job in the yard when you've just got to pick one when they're all presented like this. Actually, it's not easy.
Great attendance at Let That Hill Pull So 2 to get set, Compelling Truth, and also the Pit Dragon. Well supported Angel Capital, $2.30 into $2.10. Clear favourite. Up before the stall, about behind the stalls for the Chautauqua, as the Pit Dragon comes up. Compelling Truth will be the final one. Compelling Truth, the flyer from Mudgee, goes in. And the field set. Listed level, 100, and away they go. And Zoo Sensation missed the kick, a length and a half. And Angel
Look at that.
goes back to second last. Compelling Truth on the outside began quickly with Red Hot Nick and also Danny Darcy. Red Hot Nick's going to lead this race. Mirabelle Rose's 4th Ian, followed by the Pen Dragon. Zoo Sensation after that 4 start gets going. Puts the
Build it up, baby.
Angel Capital on the fences at the tail of the field. To the side of the course now, 700 to go. Red Hot Nick in front, a length and a half. Compelling Truth, Zoo Sensation 3 deep. A length away, Danny Darcy, Mirabelle Rose, 5th.
I think here it is a good thing to miss the kick at the gates. They will rave.
To go by a length and a quarter. Compelling Truth second. Zoo Sensation now. Just giving a bit of a squeeze and gets closer. From Mirabelle Rose, Angel Capital's tracking Zoo Sensation into the race, and it's about to peel 4 deep around the corner. 200 to go. Red Hot Nick joined by Zoo Sensation. But here's Angel Capital now. Moves up, makes the line of 5, and runs on fire behind us. Angel Capital.
Oh, man.
2 legs, 3 legs. He looked
for second. Red Hot Pursuit this season, the Pendragon and Danny St. Darcy.
The only thing missing as Damien Lane was making his run around the home turn on Angel Capital was the Jaws theme, because he was looming in some ominous fashion and has treated this Chautauqua field with a bit of disdain, to be frank, in the closing stages. And Hutch, we'll wait for the time to be confirmed in a moment. He ran 1:10.88, winning the Mackenzie on this day last year. It looks like he's well inside that on a not dissimilar surface. What a step forward for what might be ahead for Angel Capital under the care of Chris Waller.
Well, that was emphatic, and that will be one of the talking points out of the meeting, no doubt about it. Happy to take his time, Damien Lane, and ride a very patient race on a galloper that just had superior gears to his rivals. The speed was good in the race. It was interesting with what happened with Zoo Sensation missing the start and having to make a mid-race move, otherwise over-racing. But the performance is all about the win. This is a special performance. We are waiting on the time. It'll be interesting to see what sort of time Angel Capital has run here for Chris Waller and Damien Lane on board. He's an exciting prospect. He hasn't just beaten them, and he's beaten a lot of horses that have been in terrific form. He's beaten.
It's a good one, yes. Finally, the pressure worked, and I think both of them got in together. Dow's is saying yes on one.
From Damien Lane.
Yeah, we're going to let this beautiful horse just settle down a little bit. But Damien Lane, you are building quite a beautiful portfolio of horses over this spring carnival.
Yeah, for sure. Just grateful for the opportunity to get on him. He's a lovely looking specimen, as you can see.
No, this was the first listed race, PC. This was the first listed race, so this is something that is going to give us the clarity whether they can pull it off here.
When he gave him a squeeze, and then within a few strides he was off the line. So something that turn of foot's going to hold him in good stead in some good races going forward.
You're riding quite a few nice horses at this time of the year. How does he rate?
He's right up there. Having a good blow, as you can see there. So he's been off the scene for a little while. So I think that run could really bring him on. So hopefully that's the case. And he's going to be right up there in competitive in some good ones.
Excellent. Well done. Great job. That was a beautiful watch.
Thank you.
Damien Lane won the Chautauqua on a handy one in Brave Smash some 8 years ago before heading to Group 1s and an Everest. I wonder what the path ahead is for Angel Capital. What a stunning debut for the Waller stable in the Chautauqua. Charlie Duckworth joined us, and Charlie, you laid it out for everybody pre-race. Damien Lane had to be more security guard than jockey through the first 600.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a beautiful horse, but
what are the numbers?
So it was very important that we got the little things right today, and Damien, yeah.
He didn't go his way last year behind and now stable.
3142.
He could get back to a mile once again.
Yeah,
3142. Dow's 3142. 377 177. The problem was the jockey was not from here, so that was the only problem with this jock. So that's that. So 3 1 3 1 4 and then 2. So now we're talking 77. So up till benchmark 78, there is no hope here. This was the first one. Now this is again an open race. We'll see. 6. 7 has been scratched. 9125. So the 9 is the favorite, which has no races, and it's an open race. What are we talking about here? That's the EW, alright? It has the highest advantage anyways. It is through here, it is at negative 39. Since it has no runs, we cannot calculate anything else here, but on the opening itself, it is like the lowest, 9. One of the best hands, the best jock, gate number 2, has no races. Six is not happening. Probably 3 weeks ago, Sandown Lakeside. So that is 158. It doesn't have a jock, doesn't have a vacation. That's not happening. 1 is the better one, and 9 is a maiden. What are we missing? Is this is a 1200 meter? Okay, this was a 1200 meter. This was a LR listed race. This one is also a listed race, open listed race. And a maiden horse just got in here. What is that thing that we do not know about this horse? Roseburg. Is it a sire? Is it the pedigree? Is it the trainer? There's no information about the trainer also on RaceNet. 9, 6. C. McDonald. God knows what is this. Why are they talking about 9, and what is the joy of talking about 9? And how is it here in a listed race? Probably is 1 here. And if a 1 came back after 2 weeks, that is also bad. 5 is the linear. 4. 80. 11. So yeah, if we look at that, then this one has advantage. I mean, if they are all the same, then this one has advantage. It's got one of the best jocks. So this is what the thing is, okay? So up till here, we have seen that the advantages were getting in. Here, it was the only difference, which was an LR, 1200 meters, where the pressure actually worked, all right? Here, I think they're going back to a maiden race again, and this will not work. I think that's. I mean, if they are all same apart from this guy, all right. Now the problem with 1 is it's on a leverage of 31%, which brings it to 85. But It ran 2 weeks ago here only and came in first. So that's just 2 weeks ago. It doesn't have a vacation. It doesn't have a jock. Okay. That leverage needs a jock. It doesn't have a jock. So that's a dicey one. The other one, which is on leverage, is this one. 49% brings it to 158.6. Came in first 3 weeks ago at Sandown Lakeside. Doesn't have a vacation, doesn't have a jock. So these two are not happening. I mean, that's the potential. These two are not happening. 6-1 out of the game because of no jock, no vacation. Out here, 5 is the linear. That's okay. But it is on pressure. So this is going to play like those races here. So 9 probably they have the right odds because it will go through advantage. We don't have any races on this horse, but that's why this area we could not calculate. But opening from the gates, it has the advantage. It has the advantage. But this is something that is very weird. I mean, for a listed race to have a maiden horse to be in there is something I don't remember when I saw it last. I don't remember that. That's the EW. So that's 259. This is still short, but it's still short, but and then we have 8, which is here at -7. All that thing will not work probably. I think it is about this particular horse, the 9. They'll give the favor. I think it is about this particular horse. There's something about this horse that we don't know. Gold sprint. We're showing morphs. How come they have a maiden horse in a listed race is what I do not get. Is that possible? Theoretically or practically? That you have a maiden horse and can you actually have that race in a listed race? Is that actually possible theoretically? 16-3-1. Okay, Ranwick. J-Mac, second.
Oh, that's huge. Hunt with Ladbrokes this Sunday. Supercharge your odds with Odds Surge. Activate on all races in Moonee Valley for bigger odds and bigger payouts. Oh, chances are you're about to lose.
Got a Sudoku. Clients first, boys. Chiefs lose.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy.
This race has been handed down.
I know a guy who can do terracotta tiles.
Is it the cousin?
Check out Cauldron with program and national title. Club members earn tax rebates for buying tiles, and you get 3 drawing routes to complete the job. That is, so get ahead of the game and strike today.
You testify that it was a short thing. So can you explain this? Sorry, that's not lunch. This. The Sportsman app shows the horse has never even placed in the track. Okay, but just like the jockey silks.
Order! Let this be a reminder that Sportsbet's racing form is the easiest way to find a winner.
Case closed. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
First favourite, heavily backed Angel Capital, wins race 5. We're up to race 6 now, and a great crop of 3-year-olds here for the Mackenzie Stakes. Here we go. Rob Booth. He's on debut. He's in the deep end, and the money has gone. Let the gold that wrapped on this horse. Trained up for a long time. 340. Space Rider with terrific winning last start. Can he back it up? Second up is the question. $5. Drawn beautifully. The Castle Roll will be hard to run down on speed. Trips into $5.50. Estremo is soft in the market. $4.60 out of the $6 with the 10 unlucky last start. Back into an awkward spot. Ran on strong. The best back at a price is Planet Red. Now, his debut with a stand down. It wasn't jazzy, but Big Price and Ken Jr. saying that he's the right horse to be in a stage race second up. He's at an each way play with 6. But race 6, number 9 here. Good go, 320. Sneaking out to 350 now, so a bit of flip-flopping. Market hasn't settled down. We'll have a look at him in the yard, come back. There could be some changes. There will be. What's gambling really something. Very confident with the ball for the one over the number. We'll get the website. This yard is brought to you by Cauldron Lawyers. Cauldron on the farm. Officer Angel Capital. Time for the race 51. Excellent style up. Got the speed of the Marks Dairy. Mackenzie Stakes. This is the 3-year-old Colts and Geldings at set weight plus penalties, conditions 1200 metres and a listed affair. 7 facilitated is the stretching. 1 is Space Rider. Pretty impressive coaching winning here a fortnight ago. Michael did go very impressive trip winner that beat a rival or two, and then we'll strip that a little bit thinner. I know something up last prep, but there was an issue, and that if you judge this horse off his other 2 runs at post-graded
spectacularly well, and he's a genuine winning chance of that.
This track is probably the last place to be.
He's got a great attitude too for a young colt decorating.
This track is probably the last place to be.
He looks great again.
On the same day, Lindsay Park decided to send Bakash west, and he was a comfortable winner around the park.
But he was. Look, they dropped him back to the 1,000 when he came to the valley and really was easily beaten by Asher. But once again, that's the only real blip in his form book, and I think 1,200 sticks with his race fit. He'll get a good run from the barrier, so he's got to have, I think, each way claims in this field. He's still open to a bit of improvement as well.
I feel like the trip over to Adelaide's brought him on a bit too. It's the brightest that I've seen his coat. It's a much better parade to what it was two back here at Moonee Valley. I think the distance range on that day was what pulled him up there, but he looks excellent again here.
3 Stay Cosmic kicks off with a trip that he produced a debut victory out at Cranbourne in late March this year, the final of his 3 starts. 2 was a splendid effort in the list of our.
He's got nice form alongside his name. A couple of key points here. I mean, it's his toughest test yet. He's also first up in his second preparation. He probably will get that go further. That's why you're getting it.
Nice horse this. I think it's a really good parade, and there's a fair bit of intent with the way that he's turned out too. He's very forward in conditioning. He's pretty much at his peak race weight already.
For Beskar returned to Geelong
It's a rig.
in December last year, and then a prep north of the border through the autumn. The best runs were really on in the Group 3 kindergarten and the Group 2 Champagne behind the very handy Cool Archie.
Yeah, only beaten 2.5 in the Champagne class. Interesting runner because, this horse might well improve significantly back on top of the ground. He is a colt by Schnitzel. Maybe he's one of the few that don't like the wet ground, but look, it's too early to be harsh on him. He's shown enough to say that he's one to keep a close eye on.
Horse that I haven't assessed on race day before, and he's a good type. He's very strong, got a good physique. Seems to have a pretty good attitude too. He just had a little bounce when he came in, but the longer that he's been in here, the more he's relaxed.
The Chautauqua winning pair of Lane and Waller together again with the 5 Screamo. You were keen on his chances here a fortnight ago in the race, won by Space Rider. What did you make of that and what it means for this?
I think it was a good run. The winner will be hard to beat again, no question about that. But he was back and wide, and that was the day when the pattern really didn't suit him. And he was doing his best work late. Drawn a touch better here in Gate 4, Damien Lane, and he's had a look around the track and probably gets all of a sudden a pat, which will be far more in his favour.
He's been pretty good. He just got a little bit stirred up then. A gate just made a very large, loud banging noise, and it's just got him worked up a touch. Before that, I was really quite happy with the way he's parading. Hopefully, he relaxes again in a moment. His coat excellent. His fitness is very good.
A Pakenham winner over 12 in May. 6 Planet Red returned with Mark Zara in the saddle for a lakeside victory at the same trip.
Son of Admire Mars, the Japanese bred galloper, and it was a workmanlike performance, I felt, first up, and his dad was more of a miler. I think that might be this horse's go at time as well. He did really quicken last start, one odds on favourite lakeside, but it was a good performance and there's more to come.
He's a big, sensible horse. It's not agree with you, Hutchie. On time, you'd say that he's definitely going to get out over further. He's quite scopy and got a good bit of size and strength about him. So I would agree with your sentiments there. Best thing about this horse is his attitude. He's just an A-class.
Within the law with better bar next time huge run.
Late in the season as a 2-year-old at Randwick.
Yeah, I think there's going to need to be some improvement here. Just an even sort of effort against easier opposition for mine. So it was one that I'll be opposing.
Well, if you like him on form, I can't steer you away because he's been turned out beautifully. But I'd agree he probably has to make up a little bit compared to some of these.
And tonight, Rosberg, who debuts in a listed race, the son of Deepfield, $260,000 for Shane McGrath out of the English Easter sale. He then had Clinton McDonald do the prep work on him and take him through the English ready-to-race sale, where Clinton was happy to dispense $750,000 on him, and rightly so, given he produced a pretty impressive Wangaratta breeze up and some of his jump outs in preparation for this event similar.
It's a good sign, isn't it, when you do the work and you have to fork that out. And look, his work was his jump out on trial a couple of runs back was terrific. It's his debut. Look, from that perspective, it will not be easy to tackle some a decent level of opposition here. They're race fit as well, so he could be something special if he can, overcome all of that and still.
He's definitely got a bit of X factor about him. You can see why he's been worth a fair bit of money both times he's gone through a sales ring. He's moving beautifully. You couldn't have asked for a horse to handle himself better than what he's doing in his first day at the races. Smooth, like the panther. He's a bit of an ominous parade by him.
Pedigree to match the looks. Older sister Deep Pleasure has won twice. She was placed in the listed Twilight Glow, and we saw her run second up on Wednesday at Hillside. So a fascinating edition of the McMahon's Dairy Mackenzie for the 3-year-olds. As mentioned, Angel Capital last year. He defeated Bosusto and Sergeant Major in a very handy edition of the race. It was similar 2 years ago when Stapati was a $2.50 favourite ahead of winning at Guineas. Pro Unit running third in Guineas. Saw off Centrified and Braid Mead. Hutch, you're sticking loyal to a streamer.
I think that's the right form. A streamer over Space Rider. I think Rosberg, who knows how good, but it's not easy when you're making your debut against improved opposition. Planet ready. It's 5-1-9-6.
Another tricky yard to dissect here, and a lot of nice young colts that present in very good order. I'm going to go Space.
Today, the McMahon's Dairy Mackenzie Stakes over the 1,200 metres. Space Rider, can he make it 3 from 4? Son of Zeus Star, who was so impressive here at his last start, beating the likes of a streamer. All right, I understand that we have got J.D. Hayes is happy to have a chat about the chances of the cash for that.
Yeah, thanks, Hutchie. JD, the cash. It was really good to see him go over to Adelaide and get the cash there at his most recent start.
No, absolutely. It was good confidence builder for him, and he's handled the trip beautifully. Came here and rode it with intent, given gallop here during the week as well. And I think the big difference is a nice little barrier change last time he was here. So he's going to give Stacky some options if there's going to be a heap of pace, but he should be able to begin well, put himself right there.
Talk us through the distance range today too. Obviously, he was over 1,000 here when he came up against Escher a couple of starts back. You obviously feel that this 1,200 is just a little bit more suitable for him.
Absolutely, and we're hoping that he could even get over a bit more ground to control, but he just needs to learn how to travel and find rhythm, and if he's able to do that today, and if it's still strong late, we'll be definitely open to options stepping up to 14 after as well.
Sometimes a trip away for these young horses really bring them on mentally, and it just makes them the finished product too.
Absolutely, he's a colt that just handles work. He's thriving in the preparation. He's definitely improved from last start.
Good luck, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and he's trimmed up around that $5.50 mark for cash. You know he's going to roll across and be one of the leaders to run down, that is for sure. It's an exciting race, so we're just easing slightly. Race 6, number 9, Rosberg on debut. Your market mover he will be with the weight of money that we're holding on the books. Rock solid Space Rider. We're not letting him go at all. Cash trimmed up. As I mentioned, $5.50 each at 2 now. Estremo soft late. Got out to 6, back in half a point. And then down the bottom, if there's going to be a blowout, Planet Red to roll forward and sit on speed. So it's a good bunch of speed horses here that'll all take it up for the front 4, front 6. Who wants it? Who wants it most? Well, get on your sports bet app and have a bet. You like one? What's gambling really costing you? For free confidential support, 1-800 number. Visit the website.
Clinton McDonald in pursuit of back-to-back Mackenzie Stakes. He brings Rosberg $750,000 buy out of the Inglis ready to race sale to the Mackenzie. Appreciate your time. Might be testing the memory, but go back 18 months when you first laid eyes on this guy. What was so compelling about him, and how have you been able to bring it out of him to produce him in a stakes race to debut? He's always been a natural colt from day one, and we'll get ready for the ready to race sale. And Benny Malameta Rider just think you can't let this one go. So hence the reason we bought him, put some great owners into him, and he's a horse that's impressed us all the way through, and he's just a big horse, so it's taken us a while for it just to sort of come together. But today we've got to rip the Band-Aid off and see what we've got. So we want to get to a Coolmore, and today's a stepping stone. What's the accumulated benefit in his sort of development curve look like from jumping out in November last year, then in autumn, and now too in August? He's just matured mentally and physically. He's sort of just got his coordination together a little bit better now, and he was perfect out there in the parade ring today. So the anticipation's killing me, and just looking forward to getting it over to see whether I'm going to be a mug or a genius. He took control of the first jump out and then was a bit quieter amongst the pack in the second. What's your anticipation of what his racing style is going to be on debut in this field? Yeah, we've left it to Jamie. I always got a very high cruising speed, so Jamie's really to getting them out the gates. So said to Jamie, just jump and squeeze, and she'll work it out from there. So the main thing is just to keep him in a good rhythm, keep a good breathing pattern. If he does that, then the rest is up to him. Hopefully, Stanley Express Mark 2. Good luck. Thank you.
Here next to Daniel Sackhouse, who is on for cash. We were just having a chat then about how this horse is really progressed. You've got a good association with him. What is the plan today?
Really nice. The horse will be using our barrier. Just no concerns for the wind picking up at the moment, but we'll have to work it out as we go.
You say you went over to Adelaide for a nice little kill there to rebuild his confidence. So you're happy with him and how he felt coming around to the barrier?
Yeah, I thought it was great. It was really nice. He gave me a nice feel coming around here, so it's really rock and roll today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's been in terrific form, Cash, that is for sure. And after that one run at the Valley here where he parked up alongside of Escher back in distance. And, that was certainly going to be playing late, but some nice times in this lineup, Amy. I mean, I know you had your best from the yard, but as a specimen, was there something else in the field that really caught your eye going forward?
Well, Rosberg, my only reservation with him is he's the inexperienced kid on the block here. He's a striking looking individual. He's got a lot of quality about him. The way that he trialled up at Cranbourne and everything he's done so far has been very impressive, but you can never really match that with horses that have raced that experience. So he could have that extra bit of X factor. He could come out and do it if he does, compared to a field of horses that have that race experience. Well, you know, he's well above average.
It looks like a rivalous State Cosmic has been low away. Space Rider, the last start winner, has also gone into the stalls. Through loading here. Here's Matt Hill.
So there's so much chatter about this young Colt Rosberg. 320 to 380 to put Vegas back into $3.40. So wraps a big. Look on the track. It's a fascinating renewal of the Mackenzie. Space Rider was good here the other day. Makes decent opposition this debutante, but Cash is speedy and the streamers missed the boat here a couple of weeks ago. Obviously had some talent judging by that was Sydney on solid ground. I don't think it's done nothing wrong, but this is certainly a sticker race testing. So there's crowds anticipates a fascinating Mackenzie. They're about to get underway as Vescar is going to be one of the last, but also Steel Knight. Now McCash about to come along down Sandhouse. McCash loading away. Vescar moves forward now. Estremo is the next one into the gates. Damien Lane. Star Farron red purple and Steel Knight on the outside is here. Steel Knight goes in.
We're short of time. Let's just watch. I am not sure what's going on.
The field away. Vescar fired out and is going to lead with McCash, and they duel early. They're 2 lengths Space Rider. And Rosberg fourth the inside. A couple of lengths, one at Red Estremo. Followed well back in the field by Steel Knight. And at the tail of the field, Stay Cosmic. So McCash the leader, 800 metres to go. And then just tries to slacken it by 3/4 of a length. Vescar. A length and a half. Rosberg's in the box seat. And Space Rider's fourth one off the fence. The Boulder pulls its way around on Steel Knight. Estremo next. And they were followed by Planet Red and Stay Cosmic. You could throw a tissue over them, 500 metres to go. And the leader is McCash by about a half length. Vescar. They were followed by Space Rider. It's the first under pressure. Rosberg next to the inside, leads it out. Estremo's keeping it in a pocket, followed by Steel Knight, Planet Red, Stay Cosmic. McCash the leader from Vescar. Point of the corner, 200 metres to go. It's McCash, a length and a half to Vescar. Rosberg's got out. Stay Cosmic back to the inside. 100 metres to go. Now Rosberg's letting down. Stay Cosmic the inside. Rosberg over the top on the Rosberg a half. Stay Cosmic, McCash.
It was about that horse only, Dowes.
Under pressure a long way from home.
It was about that horse only.
He gets there on debut. It was audacious placement, to say the least, and there was work to do for Jamie Mellon on straightening. But Ross
9-3-2
on them in the end, and Clinton McDonald can start tracing the path between here and the ideal grand final of a Coolmore Stud Stakes. 9-3-2, a photo to come for third. Hutch, the evaluation of Clinton McDonald making it back-to-back, Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Rip with a great turn of foot. He's special. That's a big effort on debut to beat some raced opposition and do it with a lot of authority. He's clearly well.
9326. So the one did not have a vacation, did not have a jock. The same pressure line did not work. This was ill, and then 6 came in. The opening pressure from the gate was negative 39. We did not have the sectional ones, but that was the lowest. That was, I mean, that's what it is. We'll go to the next. Thirteen, 7, 14, and 9 all scratched. 13, 7, 14. Thirteen, 7, 14, and 9 scratched. Okay. 5, 8, 1, 2. This is a listed race again. 5. There's a top notch 161 on this. Ten 2 weeks ago will not work. 4 weeks ago. I don't know. 5 is like 6 weeks ago Caulfield. 6 weeks. The vacation is 6 weeks with that. And Sheen is riding. This is the top horse. Eight. 31. There's no jock on 2. 8 has Spain. It's still better, but 11. Not work. 16. 16. So the 2 has two problems. One is it's a linear, it's on top, but it doesn't have this side of the thing. I seriously don't know if we even have the correct measurements on this, because it's going haywire. This is the top. I mean, I don't know this side of the physics side may be wrong, because it doesn't look right, whatever is happening anyway. This is the top horse with 40, approximately 50% leverage on this, and this is the second linear, all right, 167. Then it is here, it doesn't have a jock, that's why it is not there within the odds. But this is, we've got 6 weeks, okay. Now what is the problem? The problem is the gate number 13. That's the problem. Other than that, everything is good. This is 3, 1, 2.5. Here, that's pressure. That's the advantage here, 167. So here, this thing went through with 520. This is 167 on this. 19%. This would have been like 70-75%. And the first one, like where we had 75 on this, number 6. I mean, people have chosen the best horse. Okay, people. I mean, all right. So what we have is something which is also embedded within the betting system. All right. So the odds that you're getting, which are visible, they pretty much have something very similar to what we have. It's just that we do not have the odds; we have the back end. So this is, I mean, that's the best. Okay, that's the best with the highest pressure. So ideally, what we have seen on a listed race, apart from this one was about this horse. Okay, this one was about this horse. It was very, very. If you look at what happened here, we will discuss later, because one was not in a position to win. There was no vacation on this. There was no jock on this. Okay. The linear was here at 80%, which did not win. Then the Richter had 77, which was here. That got through. Now, this was because of the advantage. So this race was designed for that particular horse. If we believe that that was the advantage, and this is a genuine race, if this is a genuine race, Then the 5 is the best. That's the right odd. 5 is the best. The only problem is gate number 13. So if that's that, in that case, this is the second one, which is here, which is the linear. This is from gate number 8, but it doesn't have a jock to pull this thing off. 124, but it is a dedicated jock. So if 5 fails, then the one that they're talking about, 20%. Those are all placed. Those things can, either it is going to be pressure, it'll go through pressure. The 10 cannot do it because the 10 was 2 weeks ago. The 10 ran 2 weeks ago, so there's no vacation on this horse with that leverage. So that is difficult to believe. So if that's that, and they're also like that, so 10 is out. 8 is at 77. Those are all placed. Maybe, may not be. So the question is between these two. This one is gate number 13. This is gate number 2. It doesn't have a jock. This one has a jock. Sheen is riding this. And then there are other possibilities that can happen. But winning is between 2 and 5, basically. If the 5 fails, then it is 2. I think so. Let's see how it works. Some of the funniest races we have seen here today at this track. Four, I think, Mark.
from Cameron. You're with Salty Pal today. She's one of your favourites. Tell us why.
Absolutely. She is very special to me. I first met her a couple of years ago in the Yearling Farm in Ballarat. Cameron and said hi. We have formed a very special bond since, and she has done nothing but impress everyone. Salty.
You claimed her that day. You nicknamed her Elsa. Even her owners call her Elsa too. But we've said there's a what is the black caviar? Well, it's a Salty Pal. You've got a nice link there for quality.
There you go. A black caviar is a Salty Pal, and I think she may not be as great as her, but we can all dream, right? We can all dream. So that it's a special little link there.
She takes on two other stablemates here. They're all alongside each other. She's the biggest prize, but you think she can get the job done?
My opinion is very biased. I think she can win the race. But again, that is me speaking with pride. But yeah, I think she's been working really well lately, especially on the treadmill, and I reckon she'll give him a red hot crack.
Describe her in one word.
Oh, salty.
Absolutely love catching up with you as always. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck.
Definitely up and about now. A couple of favourites getting Rothberg. Bang, too good. Let's have a look at the Atlantic Jewel now, and we've got 28 cents deductions. Escher being the main, scratching, and now running in the Moir coming up later. Race 9, Holiday Dancer now is your favourite. Very popular too. Drawn an all good barrier. We'll roll forward to try and fit in. And now at the stablemate, Alpha Sophie first up for the team. The Queensland form was terrific. Can be slow out of the gate, but the money's there. The $12 snapped up off a better trial than Ole Dancer, I might say, when you look at that packet and jump out on your sports bet at $5.50. The playwright gets the blinkers on, also spec at a very good price. Now, rolls forward, blinkers on will be the one they have to run down here to play the 6. Faribia got the cash last time, also $11 was taken when markets opened. $7 you can have now. Southern Heiress, a little bit of each way play for that runner. And then we're getting out the double figure odds. I thought customers as well, you're playing in all places. It was okay last start at Stock's Level. Apollo Dancer and Alpha Sophie really popular with the play right at the top of our market. Didn't want to play out as always. Hot day, right? Really firing up. First leg of the body, this one first. So think about that market.
This is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Star roster, by Jill Group Company Rolls.
Third of the stakes contest over 1,200 metres. This time the 3-year-old filly in the Muscle Creek Farm Atlantic Jewel Stakes. 7 ran last year with Silver Aurelian Blow, James Cumming. Kieran McAvoy defeating Supercilious and Sakima. Of course, one in this year's edition. 11th of the Atlantic Jewel is the playwright. Jet Stanley goes aboard 5th in the Gazette. Match punch tomorrow will be setting the tempo.
Yeah, and we'll strip for the second up, so nicely drawn to settle handy once again. And that Gazette run was solid enough to give her a good chance to get finished.
She looks fantastic, this girl. Her coat couldn't be in any better condition. She's at peak fitness, beautiful attitude.
2 Faribia here on victory in the Group 3 Gazette.
Even 2 is like after 3 weeks.
In the race, she levelled out really well. Interestingly striped, a faster surface here. She could run a big race.
She's really come on from that run too. I think that she's taken significant improvement from that win. The coat is magnificent.
Lindsay Park won the first edition of this race 10 years ago with Miss Celine. With Stay With Me. Here they have the 3 Miss Celine, who was placed behind Jerry Schmid 14 days ago.
It's a pleasing one from her, wasn't it? Miss Celine, and of course, a bit of gear change for her today, but she could well improve second up. I think she might be going over a touch further. And with the benefit of that run, but she gets a track to suit front horse today.
She's always been a busy type of filly. This she parades with a lot of purpose. She's a little bit pushy, if anything. Her coat has improved in between runs.
4 from 6 at home. Horse 4 Zany Girl comes to town, and Frank Williams goes aboard.
It was a much easier race that she won. She settled back and ran them up. It was a benchmark 72, but nice performance. Time was pretty good, actually. This was a horse that I felt was over the odds around 31, and she's at the moment 21 with the VOP.
Hard to line up the Tassie form with over here against some of these girls, but they've brought a horse over looking really well. I think it coats in pretty good condition. It'll start to clean up just a little bit more. Fitness is definitely where it needs to be.
5 Ole
Lindemann against
Murray Bridge, Magic Millions 2-year-old classic win back in March with a victory on Fletchingly Day at Caulfield.
Effortless win, wasn't it, at Caulfield? And the win at Murray Bridge on debut was also excellent. So she's a nice type going forward. It's a tricky draw. I'm not sure where she ends up today, but that 3 wide line with a bit of cover at the right time hasn't been a bad spot.
She is going to need a nice ride there and a bit of luck to go her way. She's been presented beautifully again here. She's at peak fitness and couldn't be any healthier.
6 is Salty Pearl, Group 3 place in Adelaide before a victory at start 4 at Caulfield.
A nice progressive type of filly. I think this is a much sterner test for her today, but she finds the right spot. She could certainly be not too far off them, but will need to bring her career best.
She's quite a sweet filly, this. She bounced on in here to the mounting yard. She's relaxed more since she's been in here. I think she just keeps on strengthening up. She seems to be holding her condition very well.
Angel Ladder was claimed in the shadows of the post by stablemate Terry Schmee 2 weeks ago.
With the baton on side, and I think it's a different setup here. Probably a little bit more pressure early, 10 out to 11.
Got the Norton coming off today and just a normal ring bit going on her. She's a neat, racy type of horse. Is that her peak? Yes.
Exhilarates and Troach giving Godolphin victories in the Atlantic Duel previously, of course, under the care of James Cummings, 12 custom. Now with Kieran Barr was midfield in the Gazette.
That it was, and it's a key form reference for a lot of these, and I thought it was once again a sound effort in terms of beat march. There's not a lot to make up, but it's also not sort of a signal we'd like to follow her next time on a one-trick basis.
I feel like she hasn't quite hit her peak just yet. Her quote's got a little way to go. It has improved slightly between runs,
Freeman's with previous victories in this race. Shoals 2017, Zuzarella 4 years ago, 15 expulsion. It had taken a while, but she finally got a victory at Cranbourne.
Yeah, that part of that, and Sandow was second to exit, I should say. It was a nice enough effort there, but it's much harder.
She looks really well. The coat is absolutely beautiful here. Lovely attitude too. Blinkers going on for the first time. I think that they're hoping for a bold showing here.
On the space of a decade, the Musk Creek Farm Atlantic Dual Stakes has become a very important point in the spring for the fillies. Many of them, you'd imagine, heading towards the 1,000 Guineas, which returns to the Caulfield Cup Carnival in 2025. A terrific crowd here at the Valley, and rightly so. The build-up continues towards the Moir, and Hutch is sticking with what Alpha Sophie has been able to show in 2 victories at Eagle Farm over 1,200 for Jason Edwards, to win a stakes race on debut for Moonee Valley.
Yeah, I think she could be something a little special, so I'm looking forward to seeing her. Really am. You don't see too many achieve what she managed last start off a wide trip. Ferriby is in great form. Really hard to knock. I love that John can make ground today. It's probably, if anything, favouring that type of runner with a win. Ollie Dance is another one from the Moody Yard that's hard to knock. Miss Celine's interesting. I loved her last 50. Not sure what her best trip will be, but I want to give her some chance to finish as well. 8-2, 5-3.
Another complicated race to try and dissect here. I was tossing up between the Playwright and Ferruvia. I thought they both saddled up looking sensational. I've gone Ferruvia just on top. I think it's a much improved parade here from what it was their last start, where she was really dominant. So hopefully that can only be a good thing. I touched on the Playwright. She looks fantastic. Blinkers go on again today. Oh, again, come back looking well. Like Alpha Sophie, first start with the new stable, and Expulsion looks good too.
All right, there's a look at Ferruvia on the way down to start looking the goods, and has looked the goods all the way through this preparation, which had an impressive victory to get that last time out. One of the key runners, or a couple of key runners in this race, of course, are from the Pete Moody Cap Coleman yards. That is Ollie Dancer, of course, and Alpha Sophie. Let's see from Catherine what she thinks they can do here today.
Thanks for your time, as always, Kat. Alpha Sophie, what can you tell us about her? I thought, looking at her in the yard, you see Chestnut Filly Capitalist. Should be highly strung. She looks like a darling.
She's just the sweetest little filly. Since she's arrived at our stable, she's just been an absolute pleasure to have around. Can't fault her at all. You can tell that she's come down from Queensland. She's got a beautiful coat covered in duffels, and yeah, everything that we've asked her to do, she's done really, really nicely.
But she's a good track worker, this girl.
Yeah, definitely. She's had one sort of solid jump out for us as well since she's been here, and we were really pleased with her work in that.
What about Ollie Dancer? She seems to have come back bigger and stronger this time round.
Yeah, definitely. We've sort of been really pleased with how she's held her condition after that win at Caulfield last start as well. I think, if anything, she probably looks a little bit heavier today than what she did that day, so very pleased with her also.
Out of the two, who we could probably have on top?
Alpha Sophie's drawn to get a softer run there. Ollie Dance is going to need luck from that draw, but she's got the right pilot on board for it.
Good luck with both, Kat.
Thank you.
That sounded like a bit of sitting on the fence there, Kat, but it's your two at the top of the market, that is for sure. In All Lane Dancer, probably the best back lane. So the market really starting to trend towards and identifying that All Lane Dancer is the horse to beat from stablemate Alpha Sophie, who was the best back when markets open, with the player right blinkers on. So the top three in the market, race 7, number 5, will be your market mover here, punters. Outside of that, you're getting plenty of value, and don't forget first lead of the quaddy. What's gambling when it costing free and complimentary support? Call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
Shannon Nunzio joins us. Philip Stokes' team with Feruvia coming off her Group 3 Gazette success. She's been up and about for a couple of months. How is she holding together?
Yeah, good. I think she's improved off her last run. She's come from the pub. She's looks fantastic. So hopefully we're on the money.
It's the dialogue been with Lockie regarding tactics in the race.
He tells us what he's going to do, but we just say yes, nod our head, and
That 5 needs to lead from the gate.
And all that, so we just leave it up to him, but he can sort of get one off. And
Not look back.
Straight would be wrapped.
Who do you see as your biggest dangers?
I think All Lane Dancer's pretty handy filly, but I think our filly's pretty handy too, so hopefully something off.
All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got a pony sandwich here, but besides Jet Stanley, just wanted to get his thoughts on the playwright. You'd be full of confidence coming here on a gay Waterhouse Major in Botwell's with blinkers on from that draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, blinkers on first time for Barry too. She'll get a nice easy lead. She's been working out well. The only query is the headwind on the back straight. If it's going to be a key factor, but she's fit and ready, and I couldn't be happier with it. How she's trained on in the Gay Junior camp.
All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Can't wait for this one. Some really talented fillies, Amy, on their way through. You've had a good look at them in the yard. I mean, could most of these that are in this lineup, do you think there'll be sort of more the sprinting types going forward? Any one or two of them that might get over a bit further in time?
Alpha Sophie, I thought, type-wise, is probably the scopiest looking filly in this race, and potentially Propulsion too, just based on her shape and the way that she's built too. So obviously she has been running over a little bit further. They're sort of the obvious ones that I could see anyway, but a couple of them are just built for speed too. Miss Celine, she's a racy little type of filly hut. She has that busy little mind on her, blinkers going on for the first time today too. So she's already a stakes-winning horse herself as a 2-year-old, so she's already done a wonderful job. She's got a great pedigree, her great sport of racing too, proprietary at Dorrington Farm. So it's nice when these breeders that put a lot into our industry can have these nice, well-bred horses that are performing well on the track too.
Yeah, she's got a lot of improvement in her, no doubt. Off the back of that first up run, the last 50 minutes of that race was clearly her best. Wind still much the same as what it was earlier through the day. It's a tail one on the straight. They face the breeze. The first third of this race.
That was 11.
Cover doesn't go straight. We've had a couple that have faced the breeze down there. It's probably hard rail in the straight. Might not be. Someone's getting off that. We are seeing them swoop a little bit today. Outside of what looked good in the yard, Amy, what were your thoughts on the form of this race? Which way would you be signing?
Look, it's a hard contest this. What I'm interested to see is how this race is run punchy. We saw the boys edition just before with a very promising Rosberg get up and win, but it's a little bit of a muddling tempo. I could see there probably being a fair bit more pressure in this race. Hopefully with a bigger field as well, that'll break this field of fillies up a little bit more. Genuine tempo. Times will be interesting, I think, at the conclusion of it.
That they will, and there's a big time discrepancy from a couple of the races that we have seen up to 1200 already today, and seem to really drop anchor in that previous event. Nonetheless, they're well through loading here. Looking forward to this one. It's the Atlantic Jewel Stakes for the Phillips. Let's get them out of here.
So forward to line up as Southern Heiress is the next one into the stores. It's in single figures as well. Salty Pearl the Grey. Freshen Up goes in. Zany Girl is wanting to back away. Southern Heiress, the next one forwards. Well, I doubt her if she can negate that widest shore. Is the favourite. She's nice and alert. She's got the ears pricked out behind the stores. She looks well. Zany Girl. Just wanting to stand side on momentarily. Brought forward by the attendants. We've seen a couple of impressive winners so far today. What are we about to unearth in the Atlantic Jewel? The field set. Fillies are ready. 1200s set to go and they're away. Angel Ladder sprung the gates hard on the outside, led early with the play right, and that takes some doing. Expulsion got to third with Celine behind them, followed by Southern Heiress. Dragging back Custom the outside of Alpha Sophie, followed by Faribia Zany Girl. Towards the end, Ole Dancer. Salty Pearl is last, and they really string out. She'd be 15 at least off the leader. Angel Ladder with great toe. Sears the turf at the 750. A length and a quarter the play right. Then 2 lengths Expulsion, Miss the lead. Followed by Southern Heiress. A length and a quarter Alpha Sophie next on the rails. They were followed by Custom. A length and a quarter away Zany Girl. Faribia third last. Salty Pearl is well back in the field. Ole Dancer with it all to do. Approaching the corner. 450 to go. Angel Ladder with the play right. Then came Expulsion, the outside stoked up. 2 for the back, Miss the lead, getting away from the rails. Southern Heiress battles on, and Alpha Sophie's run right up behind them, hunting for a run. Angel Ladder in front. Alpha Sophie's going to drive right through. Salty Pearl follows her through. Alpha Sophie, 100 metres to go. Spears away, 2 lengths in front of Custom, Miss the lead. Alpha Sophie, great ride. Photo second. Custom, Salty Pearl, then Miss the lead. Back behind them, Ole Dancer. Further back for Rivia. In company then with Sadie Girl, the play right, Expulsion, Southern Heiress, and Angel Ladder.
Front for you, Clint Hutchison, made a really strong case for Alpha Sophie. All the way in the lead up, Moody Coleman had market elect in many respects. Ole Dance got off a pair of Eagle Farm 1200 metre wins under the care of Jason Edwards, transferred to Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman's packet and base, and Zach Spain, a saloon passage in many respects to find that gap closer back to the rail, and Alpha Sophie took off and in the end had a pretty comfortable margin, enough time for Zach Spain to have a look over the right shoulder and see where the rest of the fillies were. And initial reaction, it looks like they've run quicker time in the Atlantic Jewel than what Rosberg produced to win the Mackenzie Hutch.
Yeah, the Rosberg time was never going to be great with that first half being very steadily run, but they have run quicker. And that's a great ride from Zach Spain. The deception
Beautiful job.
Might not be the spot to be a lot of them angling off. He said, thanks very much.
No, sorry, you had one.
Get to about 3 off the fence in the straight and quicken through. That's a really good win. Well done to, of course, Pete Moody's taking this horse over. Gave a good push for it. If you were listening to the radio this morning on RSN, and it was an effortless win at the end. Quicken through, had a dream run through. Well played, Zach Spain. Let's hear from him now.
I mean, that ride was simply smooth. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. She's a classy filly, and she showed that today. I just needed a bit of room sort of from the 400, and there's plenty back to the inside. So, yeah, once I let her stride, she's picking up good underneath me, and when the run comes, she was electric today.
Playing the percentages and obviously making those split-second decisions, which is so vital. But what I noticed about her as well is how effortless her stride is and her length of stride.
Yeah, I had a gallop on her on Tuesday morning. That was my first feel of her, and she really impressed me. She worked with Ole Dancer, and they worked out really good together. And, she's just very cruisy, very relaxed, all being competitive. In the middle stage of the race, she actually was still a little bit keen. So, she's only going to improve with that run under her belt in Melbourne as well.
Future's bright, well done. Thank you.
From Zach Spain to Catherine Coleman, who joins us after Alpha Sophie makes a winning debut for the Sable in taking out the Atlantic.
Done it really well in her first couple of starts in Queensland, and the Edwards stable up there did a
Eight, 12, 6, and 3. Eight. 12. 6. 3. There's no head or tail. There's no head or tail. It did not have a jock to deliver. Not today. The 12 was on 0. 4. Then how come the 3 became 4th? Now with the 6 guy. So this was a listed race, 1200 meter. That did not work. This I had doubts because there was no jock on this. Plus it was like after 3 weeks racing with that kind of leverage. This was 6 weeks. Still it could not deliver. I mean, this was a difficult job from gate number 13. No matter what you do, how will you do that? And this track requires a special, if at all we come back here, we need to make those measurements right. And I think there are few other races which I hear at Moonee Valley that we will be compelled to do, but the problem is this track is a dangerous place. This is, so far I thought Pakenham was the most volatile place, but this is by far the best, I think, so far. It is very difficult to work here. Very difficult. 8 and 9 has been scratched. 4, 6, 13, 2. So out here, the 4, technically it is the right odd. That's 1.5, then it is here. That's the right odd. But that's not what is going to happen here. That will not happen here. I can't tell you how much I hate this. So this is 1.5, this is 1, and this is 0, 0. Alright. That is there. The 2 is 73, 76. 13%, 11%. That'll not work. This is 1.5. Gate number 1, 6, 80, dropping by 82. The 2 is the one with the advantage. The other one, which is here, is on pressure, so that will not work. This one is still higher, 1.5. In that case, there's no value of this horse actually, but that's not the case. This has got league races and all that, that's 23. But so 6 is the linear. This is what it is. 79 from gate number 12. That did not happen from that gate. Okay, the pressure was too much. That did not happen from here. This happened with a low pressure. 6. Okay. Gate number 12, 37%. But here, from gate number 12, it's 79, which increases. So that will not work. I don't think so. That will work. 23 is from gate number 10. This is 23, 104. Bad, man. Very bad. Very bad. Here it is okay, 23. 1.5, 23. This is 2. This is harder. 79. It will not work. This is okay. This is hard. So whether it is low or what, that doesn't make sense. But 4 is good. And here, this one is with advantage. It's between these two horses probably. But this one doesn't have a jock. This one also doesn't have a jock. But they're all dedicated jocks. This is about dedicated jocks. All of them are dedicated jocks. So between 4 and 2, 2 is better with an advantage. But it is going through some downfall. But probably today it is the day because this track is favoring all this.
Back down to better with the whistle kick.
That 12 was pretty good. Yes, that 12 today was in the light. So what happened? Here the pressure did work, but this one was gate number 13. That's why it did not work. This one is no jock. That's why it did not work. Here, it just took the advantage of the gate today and went through. This one was not possible. And then this one came in. This is like a riddle. This is like a riddle anyway. You know, horse racing itself, it is a riddle. I don't know where people get actually the nerves to provide tips and all that, because it's a riddle. No matter how good you are, you will always miss out something or the else. And on top of that, this track is a riddle in itself. Racing was not enough. You know, horse racing will all the riddles and puzzles in it. That was not enough. Now we have a track which is like this. It's like that zone where everything gets lost. I don't remember that name. There's a place where all the ships and the aircrafts, they get lost. It's like that. That place. Anyway, it is like a riddle. You're looking at gate, you're looking at jock, you're looking at pressure, you're looking at ranking, you're looking at their rating. And then finally, when you have the nerves, you think that, all right, this is a good one. You're looking at the market, all that is there. And now, in addition to that, to spice things up, we have this track, which is another riddle. This was not enough. I mean, Jesus Christ, man.
And positioning for tasty combinations. Ooh, one of them and all of them. Just like a sports bet racing multi.
Now with 4 places. Combined horses to finish top 5, 6, 7. They can beat your odds.
Thank you, Ed.
4 places. You from sports bet.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
When things go wrong,
Get Carbone on the phone. Get Carbone on the phone. Get Carbone on the phone.
We don't sell for less, nor should you.
Feel like you're watching the same racing show on loop. Want something different? Here's Catch Up with Jules Valance, Nick Ashman, Glenn Hutchison. Continue to throw out these statements. Big opinions. There are certain horses where you try and ride them in an annual. That's all the racing intel you need. Sure for you. Now they bump up to the 1300. I think it's clever. Oh, gotcha. Watch it now on racing.com.
Well, we're back to racing.com. Hope you are enjoying your Saturday afternoon. How good's racing been so far in the Valley with some fantastic racing, and it's just about to get better. We've got Group 1 Moir's not too far away, and the Group 1 stars are arriving on track.
Yeah.
So here we see some of the gallopers coming down. That's Rothfire, the Queensland visitor. He's an old war horse. We know he likes racing up on speed. He's going to be one of the leading contenders, you'd imagine. Here we see Neos, a man who's having a crack at a Group 1 for the first time.
Absolutely, yes. It's a big task for her first up, but I'll tell you, Zedai, she's got all the goods, says her trainer, Graham.
This is a smart 3-year-old filly from New Zealand going to be racing in Australia for the first time. Run up against the big boys and girls. Here we see Oak Hill. He's a 1,000-metre Moonee Valley Specials. This is chance in a feature race.
He'll be looking for that similar run to Alpha Sophia in the last. And Barrack Hill was terrific. He got the box seat run last start. Got a little awkward today, but he looks fantastic on the front.
And here he is, Arabian Summer, a mare who's, as a 3-year-old filly, has been consistent at the top grade for quite some time. And Midwest, well, he's a tough old gelding that certainly has plenty of dash. Whether he's going to be strong enough to finish, we'll soon find out. And well, what a story this would be for Shane Nichols and Hayden Black. Their new partnership was only formalised a few days ago, and they've already got a Group 1 runner. Here is Alabama last week. She flipped in the last one.
Yeah, she's proven at this level at New Zealand. She proved it down the straight, the first runner, her trip away from home, winning at Flemington. And she'll be on speed, and she'll look the winner at some stage. That is for sure.
We're under an hour away from that, the Group 1 Moir Stakes. So stay with us here on Racing.com for that. But we do have a market update for the next time.
Yes. Yes, 11 cents deductions. Desert Lightning's the horse they have to beat coming out of the PB. Lawrence, the market's identified him as the one to beat, that is for sure, because he'll roll forward on speed and control the tempo 230. Moira was terrific. She's on the worst part of the track in the same race. She made very good ground. That 550 was snapped up. Stablemate and a set comes out. So 390, 370 and trimming. Now Zardozi, she was scratched out of the Menzie. $3 we opened up. We opened up $3. $6. And we'll wait for her to get over further. Attrition can run well in a small field here at the Valley too. $9.50. It was some each way plays from that opening quote at $11. And Glint of Silver is your natural speed horse. So the 23s were taken. There was a big spruik on him radio, and he might be hard to run down. So the market's identified the leader there as the roughie number 11 to be the horse to run down. All right, so Desert Lightning, the one there, clear favourite. What's gambling really cost? Free confidential support, call the 1-800 number, or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Best Bets, Australia's most trusted thoroughbred tipping publication.
Second edition of the race, subbed in place of the fan that's been moved to grand final eve to be a bit closer to the Cox Plate, honouring the winner of back-to-back Cox Plates in 2009 and 10. It's the Ranbet. So You Think Stakes, 200,000 up for grabs over 1,500 metres. Edition 1 last year, Pericles, Cummings and Shin defeating at Miramasa and pounding. Horse 1 in this year's So You Think is the defending Melbourne Cup champ. Great to see him back with Robbie Golan attached. I'll speak of Nigel choice.
It is great to see him back, Nigel. And
Nothing has the worst job.
First up and Simon, so look, 1,500 metres, he'll be wanting another lap on it. So let's just keep an eye on it for later in the prep.
Oh, what a pleasure to see him today. He looks great. This horse is definitely carrying a lot more condition than how I saw him in the Melbourne Cup. He's got a long way to go, but great to see him back.
2 is Attrition, who was 7th in this race last year, was beaten 6 lengths. First up in the PB Lawrence. Touch worth noting, he was just touched out by Pinstripe in Fiat this day a couple of years ago.
Oh, look, there's no doubt his best form's good enough, but which Attrition are we going to see today? That's the question. He's hit or miss for mine, but we know that his best is good enough. I'll say this: his horse that gets back, he likes a bit of speed on. There should be that. He can even type tempo, but if he gets the come at the right stage of the race, he can let go with a very good turn foot.
I find him a little bit hard to read too. This horse, he is hard to catch. I think he presents in beautiful order. The team have turned their horse out looking very well, but I'm on the same page as you, Hutchie. It wouldn't surprise, but I'm just not sure if he's going to do it.
3, the Doctor of Love, progressed from provincial Victoria all the way to winning at Group 2 level and then being the runner-up in the New Zealand Derby in his first prep.
That's the case with this race. There's a lot of horses in this lineup, Knives, that are sort of, this is their kick-off point. We'll get to know a little bit more about them. Not a prospect today to wager on at 7-1.
Horse looks great. I think that he'll be in for a nice preparation, but I'd rather see him over further.
4, Desert Lightning, placed in the Chautauqua this day last year. An excellent effort to be the runner-up in the PB Lawrence to Private Eye.
Yeah, he'll get probably the map favours here and the benefit of the run behind Private Eye. That was a good run. He had every favour, I thought, with the way the race was run, and it is key form reference. And second up, fit up. Trip, but he should be very well placed.
He looks good, this horse. There's nothing to dislike about the way that he's parading at all. He's got a good attitude. He seems nice and well within himself. Conditions good.
5, Tarantino's back. He rolled all his summer fitness into a great autumn, winning the Group 3 Easter Cup and running a bowler from a perilous spot at the Bull.
I think there'll be a nice race at him somewhere along the line. I'm not sure what it'll be, but he really put it himself so well, didn't he, with that Easter Cup win and then his effort in the Bull. He wasn't any ground. He's another one that gets back in the field, and his run here at the Valley was very good going back some time ago with the pattern significantly against.
He looks like he's got a nice base of fitness, but a fair bit of natural improvement to come. He's another one I think that I'll be happy to watch today, but keen to jump on later in the prep.
6, Moira, the Breeders' Cup Fillies Mares winner of last November, had her first Victorian run. It was good back towards the inside of the middle.
Yeah, I thought her run was excellent because the pace wasn't there either, and she was in the wrong spot on the track. And through the line, I thought she was better than anything. What do they do today? I'm not really sure, but if they can find the right spot on the run, and she's within striking distance, I think she can win this event.
She looks fantastic. I'm really pleased with her parade. I was taken by her when I saw her for the first time at Caulfield recently. She's taken that next step, which is what you wanted to see. Her coat's bright. She looks that little bit fitter again today.
Been a while since we've seen the 7 Goldman, whose sole visit here to the Valley was in the of 2023 when he had Melbourne Cup qualification under the belt through the Roy Higgins.
Yeah, another horse that will be stepping up in trip and probably best watch today.
Yeah, I'd wait to him for another day too. I think he's got a nice base of fitness, lovely old horse. I think that he's just got a little way to go just yet.
8 and Sept, 9 Adelaide who come out. Another who has qualified for a cup through a Roy Higgins previously, the 10 Mark Twain, is also on the comeback trail.
This is a horse that got really short if he just shows something, because that win at Flemington when he won the Roy Higgins was something pretty special. And, he was in conversations obviously for the Cup, so great to see him back. He'll be a little bit fitter. You'd imagine this would be still on the short side, but he's one I'll be watching quite intently today.
If there's a filly out of the mare that's his half sister, you're going to have to call her Shania. Yeah. He looks good, this horse. I think he's got lovely condition on, a beautiful athletic frame. He's going well.
Big D sticks with the 11 Glint of Silver, who was beaten 2.5 lengths first up in the Regal Roller.
Yeah, and look, this horse is another one that can roll forward, and I don't think in a normal race, it's been 9 plus days for Glint of Silver, but there's a few things that are in his favour today. Just the fitness, the distance, the map. Those are the keys, and it might help him figure at the finish.
He looks good. He's quite fresh. Just feel like he's feeling quite well within himself today. He's just getting a little bit warm on his neck, but take that as positive.
Improvement, second up from 12, rumbled again.
She's another one. She loves the Valley. I know she's only won one here, but she's always run well. She's got a few placings to her name. Should be near peak fitness, and she's coming up against better opposition. But a lot of them are better over further or different stages to prep. So, look, I think she could run a bit of a race for Michael Trotter.
Yeah, no reason why she couldn't the way that she's turned out. What a great mare she's been for him. $543,000 earner thus far. She's been the pin-up girl for his stable. She looks really good today.
13's Zardozi, good old from winning it last year with Pericles. She was scratched from the Memsey. She commences her spring and her time with Kieran Marhill.
Well, she needs a win, and if this is a race where she could do it, surely. New stable, and it's just an easier assignment for her. All of a sudden, the set weights and penalties, she's got 55 kilos. We might look back in retrospect and say, how did she go at $6 in this field? Because I think 1,500 first up is well within her sweet spot.
She looks fantastic. She's definitely a lot heavier this preparation, which is what you'd expect from a mare that's going to get up over further in the not-too-distant future. She's not screwed right down in saying that she's done plenty of work to be very sharp and competitive here. She's got a great look on her face, this girl.
Pericles last year was second up on third in the PB Lawrence to Gentleman Roy and Pinstripe. That's the pathway to the second edition of the So You Think the likes of Desert Lightning, Moira, and not surprising Hutch, but they're not with your calculation. I'm really excited to see Moira because obviously that overseas form, bit of a nothing run first up here in Australia, and then first up this preparation I thought was a really good run. So, with that profile, and she delivered today. I think Zardozi, I can't let Zardozi go around at that price. I think it has to be worth something. Desert Lightning, there's no knock, it's just short enough for mine. Glint of Silver, I think the map really played 6, 13, 4, and 11.
We're on the same page again here, Hutch, with Moira. I thought she presented beautifully today. Loved her when I saw her at Caulfield recently, and I feel like she's improved from that run significantly. Her point's brightened up. She looks a little bit fitter. She's naturally got a great physique, this girl, a real natural athlete. So I feel like she's come to hand pretty quickly. Zardozi, she looks great. She's really strengthened, really thickened up. So I'm excited to see what she can do today. The rest is a pretty even sort of field. Desert Lightning from all that I'd give a good chance for.
Yeah, interesting race this, and will lay the platform for many horses getting over a bit of ground. Some of our features through the spring as well. Certainly that horse on screen more one of those. I tend to think is the scratching of Anisette part of that plan more today. But nonetheless, Glint of Silver is in the lineup. Price trainer that can chat today.
Dave, your horse here, Glint of Silver, you were just describing him to be the quirky sort of character.
Yeah, you call him a class player, pretty much. He's got a good attitude, he's got a playful attitude about him, but he wants to be a racehorse, and he lines up really good.
He does. I thought he looked really good today, just tightened up slightly from that most recent run, and he seemed a little bit more up and about today. Do you take that as a good thing?
Yeah, he's like I said, an energetic bugger, and he'll get down to the 1,500, will suit him well. This sort of track, I think it's suit his profile, and 700 would seem pretty good, you think?
How would you like things to play out for him here in an ideal world?
Well, winning's obviously a lot of fun, but I'll take the roll forward, he leads, dictates, and he's hard to run down.
I agree. Winning is fun. I hope you do. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, the market's really starting to zero in on your favourite now. Heavily back, $2.20 here in Desert Lightning. Outside of that, Glint of Silver's the best back rough in. He's to roll forward, probably lead Desert Lightning to sit off him. Some specking there for Rumbled again to get back into some form. But race 8, number 4, your market mover.
6, water. It's a 7-year-old.
So just adjacent to the winning post, Jamie Mott is in conversation with a couple of the on-course medical staff after he was dislodged from Mark Twain, the 2024 Roy Higgins winner, who's having his second run of comeback. He only had the one start in New Zealand before being brought across by Roger James and Robert Wellwood. So Monty's about to make his way past, and unfortunately Mark Twain, you'd imagine, is unlikely to be taking his place. He's actually starting to make his way back up towards where Charlotte Littlefield was on horseback for us this afternoon, and see Mark Twain galloping the reverse way here at the Valley. It's the course of not been able to grab the 2024 Roy Higgins winner of as yet. And he's
galloping the reverse way.
Very talented and skilled Clarks, of course, who will hopefully be able to grab Mark Twain in a sec.
There's something that has gone loose.
Right in front of us. Maybe he's going to have a quick chat to Monty to just make sure he's in one piece, as well as Jack Turnbull joins us. A drama-filled build-up to the So You Think Stakes, but back on task for the Mark Camp, and we've just seen Zardozi partially oblivious to what's going on around her, Jack.
Yeah, she's
Lewis.
If you could have a barn full of her, you'd be laughing. But
Everything is upside down, Lewis.
Last week, what had unfolded there, that this would become her default kickoff.
yeah, so we worked her and we just gave her a few days to tell us if she was ready, and we thought another piece of work and a little bit more time would be ideal, and we knew she would get into this race very well with her CV and just her recent form. So track's a question mark. The trip's also a question mark. She's won at 15 but not for a while, but the weight relief is the biggest factor.
What's Jamie's approach?
We'll be back. I'd say we're second half. There's a couple of speed horses that should make it genuine, we think. And as I said, hopefully class does prevail. We're not too sure where she does head. We'll have to chat to the team.
Those are very hopeful
she could go
thoughts,
stay here.
what he is saying.
So very lucky.
He's very demoralized, this guy is.
Jamie, remember what we like.
Looking at the results, he is very demoralized. Those are like self-pepping talks. Track is a question mark. This is a question mark.
I tried on even get it up underneath him. Yeah, he's still going out. So hopefully he pulls up.
I mean, who would not get demoralized by what's happening? Who wouldn't get demoralized?
Most unfortunate, but glad to see that you're okay here.
Now the 10 is like scratched.
And now the crowd are getting involved as well with the cheers. This is lap number 2 for Mark Twain, and the part of the course, Nige, is working overtime too.
Who wouldn't get demoralized with what is happening here? I mean, the best of the best horses, they don't stand a chance because...
Looks like, I don't want to go too soon, but it's got Clark of the course who's trying to hopefully work him back up towards where the horses come onto the course proper. Hopefully we'll have him safe and sound in one piece, a la Jamie Mott, who just caught up with Amy, and will be able to start the So You Think Stakes from that 1,500 metre start that's towards the base of the hill. I'm playing right in front of the winning post now, so strength in numbers should prevail, and that has been the case. Nice piece of horsemanship that is receiving some applause.
Yeah, nice round of applause to the crowd too. Appreciated that as well. Let's head over to hear from Charlotte as they check over Mark Twain, make sure everything is all right. Charlotte, what's happening?
Yeah, well, there's a bit of commotion behind here. Mark Twain obviously displaying the traits of a Melbourne Cup horse there, doing a few laps, but all okay behind here. All the other horses cope perfectly well with it. Good to hear that Jamie Mott's on his back on his feet and all good. But stood here next to Ryan Maloney, he's just about to load, but just wanted to say welcome back, all the weather with you, and you're looking forward to the next race as well.
Yeah, I'm strong, particularly, but obviously hell of a lot of speed, but if we can get a gap in the field, I'm sure get half a decent run, he'll be there in the finish.
We're just happy to see you back here and riding well, so good luck in this one and the next.
Yes, well, all that is over now with Mark Twain night, so good that that's all sort of maintained there. I think I was disappointed there's a name we didn't come up with that don't impress me much.
option I thought. There was a nice turn of foot from one Yagi to try and be involved in bringing Mark Twain to a stop. But terrific horsemanship and an understanding from co-trainer Robert Wellwood, who was the man to finally get hold of Mark Twain.
Just in you, isn't it? It just you don't want to see horses running loose. You don't want to see jockeys being hurt. The best thing about it with the Strew when stuff like that does happen, everyone's just got the horses' best interest at heart.
Spot on. Let's go to Matt Hill for the So You Think.
Set to go. 1500s. Running of the race. The starter has the button in hand, and they're racing. And attrition was one of the best to begin with. Goldman not too far away. Desert Lightning and Moira. Starting to veer across together as they reach the bottom corner of the 1250. Glint of Silver is the leader from Desert Lightning working around them. Attrition will get a nice run here. Third one off the fence outside of Goldman. They were followed by Moira, who just sneaks back to be fifth one off the fence outside of Rumbled again from the Doctor of Love, Knight's Choice, Sardozi, and Torrenzino at the back. 900 metres to go. Glint of Silver, who's been trimmed at odds by a length and a quarter. Desert Lightning. Goldman is third and fourth in the race. Attrition. They run off the back section of the track. They were followed by Rumbled again. Moira is three back in the moving line. One off the fence in sixth place and five off the lead. And now about to hook out. Knight's Choice is next. And then came the Doctor of Love. Torrenzino as well back with Sardozi. Glint of Silver, 550 metres to go. Snacked them up somewhat from Desert Lightning. A length away in the field, Attrition. Then came Goldman under pressure. Moira hooks to the outside and comes on now. They were followed by Rumbled again. And behind those horses, the Doctor of Love. Desert Lightning went to the front, 250 metres to go. Moira's trying to chase him down, and they were followed by Glint of Silver. Attrition, the two favourites will fight it out halfway up the straight. Desert Lightning and Nick in front. Moira's trying hard. Desert Lightning lifting. Moira hard. Desert Lightning will win. Desert Lightning has won it from Moira. 2.5. Attrition, then Rumbled again, and Sardozi caught the eye. Behind those horses, Knight's Choice, a good pipe opener. The Doctor of Love, Torrenzino, Glint of Silver, Lark Goldman.
Race to race double for Peter Mooney and Catherine Coleman. The Atlantic Jewel with Alpha Sophie, who brought the Queensland sunshine on her back. It's certainly been beneficial for Desert Lightning. Had an outstanding preparation in Queensland. Placed in the Spear Chief. Fourth in a hot edition of a Stradbroke behind a potential star in War Machine. The riding was on the wall with that really good performance to private eye in the Lawrence Hutch. The Lawrence looked the right form this year, as it was last year with Pericles. Placed in that race before winning the So You Think. Second and fourth out of Lawrence provide us with the 1-2 in the So You Think.
They did that, and it was a tough win, wasn't it, in the end, to Desert Lightning, because Moira, you could see Damien Lane got on his bike early enough, probably had a soft enough time the eventual winner through the first half, and thankfully for favourite backers, but they drew well clear of the rest. It was the right form, and she was close enough, Moira, on the point of the turn, and she was good enough. She will no doubt improve a little bit more off the back of that. But it was a nice performance and a nice winner for Pete Mooney and Cat Coleman, who struck earlier in the day with Alpha Sophie, and they can celebrate here with Desert Lightning. Been a little while since a win, but he was quite brave here. And Luke Nolan, he's been back, I think, for 10 or 11 days in the saddle. He hadn't had a winner until this event, and I'm sure it's going to be a very nice interview with Charlotte as well, where we can get to that with Luke, who's it's great to see him back in action and of course, with the Moonee 10. Let's hear from Cat Coleman, who's about to catch up with Nudge.
Yeah, thanks, Hutch. Been a pretty exciting 40 minutes for the Moonee Coleman side, where they win the Atlantic Jewel and the So You Think. Desert Lightning returning to scale.
46212. This was very hard for Zidnozi. This was very hard for Zidnozi. I was pretty much sure. Okay, we'll go to the next. This is the race today here. This is the one. The Moirs. 6 and 13 has been scratched. 12, 7, 16, 11. So this is what I have this one is at a 90% leverage, bringing it to a 201%. Okay. 16. And it ran 4 weeks ago. It has a jock today, which is there. But we will learn about this, whether this is possible. It just ran 4 weeks ago. 12 is at 166, which is the linear. For some reason, we do not have this side of the rails, but that's that. Okay. So what is in between? No, it's not easy, okay? It's a 3.5. Probably 7 is the best here. But then we have these which are falling down. These are at -10, so the difficulty is for real. All right, these are at -10. So these are like that. So odds are 12, 7, 16, 11. 12, 7 is ideally the best here. 12 is at 166. It's the linear. This is from gate number 7. It doesn't have a jock. 115. I don't know how that'll work. It's pretty much there. So this is something that I don't know how to explain this. This is at 90% leverage, right? 90%, 90.7 something, the 16. Is it a good horse? Obviously it is a good horse, and there's a I mean, this is happening because of, it being good, but that's a lot. This is okay. 96.46 is okay. 101.90 is not. 96 is okay. Seven, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. I think 12 is the right odd. It's 166. This is way too much. I don't know whether that'll work or not. 12 is Alabama Lass, which is here. The one which is better than that is a 7-year-old gilding from gate number 8. That stands, that's a difficult job. Though there is a difference in the horses, the 7 is a lot better, but it is also a 7-year-old over 1,000 meter. So that's pretty much difficult. And even if the 16 or the 9 gets in, then also it'll fall down. It'll fall down, first of all. It'll go to one of the advantages. I don't know where it'll go, like 11 maybe, or if it goes down and goes to the 20. There's an 8-year-old, there's 5-year-old. These two are the lowest. Six, 7. Probably 166. Linear 1.299. This is too much. This is too much. That 10%. 12, 11. Probably 12, 11. Let's see.
And all one. So 4.
Gatekeeper 16, 4, 12, 11. 4.
And it's time for the need for speed, that is for sure. They're going to go fast in this. What a market it is too. So $4.80 your favourite, that's Alabama Lass the Kiwi. Barracuda, he opened up a point less at $5. He's holding at 6, got an awkward gate to overcome. And then we've got Skybird. She's one of the best back on the sports bet books, as a matter of fact, with Alabama Lass. So $9 into $6.50. Neons, just drifting quite out to $7.50, then the Titans back up to $6.50, excuse me. And
You have a logic.
where we're holding good money, although you're getting $7 now.
You have a logic. It has got those Group 1 races and all that, which is there, but it is also coming from
And Oak Hill, you would imagine, would be looking for that similar
Gate
ride
number.
right there. We love a promo, and we love a promo for a big Group 1 race like the Moir, and this is it on your sports bet app. Now, if your horse doesn't win, you get a second chance. You get up to $50 back in bonus bets. What's gambling really costing you? Free confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Speed expected to be strong here in this 1,000-metre Group 1 contest. Where do you see the pressure coming from in the early stages, Simon?
There's inside and there's out, but there's more speed inside. So for these inside barriers, you've really got to jump, dig and hold. It's Midwest. She doesn't like being claustrophobic. He doesn't like being claustrophobic. He likes to roll along and lead. So Midwest to jump and roll. Alabama Lass, she and Escher will be right on Midwest's tail. Then Rothfire, the big old bull, he's got great gate speed. He's going to go with them and ask the question. Then you got Golden Boom out wide up the top of your screen from a wide barrier. Cuban will probably come back. Neon's Barrakiel will get back to midfield. Arabian Summer, Skybird, and I'm expecting Oak Hill all to ride the paint, try and pick them apart. Burst through late.
Can't wait for this to get underway. Let's go to Moonee Valley and see how they look at the break.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Start roster, led by dual Group 1 winning 3-year-old Celestial Legend.
The 50th edition of the Charter Ken Kramer Moir Stakes was run over this trip, 1979 to 2006, back to the 1,000 since 2015. It's been a Group 1 since 2013. Last year moved to early September. Mornington Glory defeating Hayasugi, Lady of Camelot, Estriella, and I Wish I Win. The need for speed is upon us. It begins with horse 1, Rothfire, 2-year-old winner of a Group 1 in a JJ Atkins. His 15th Group 1 start, he's had 5 placings. He's been 5th in this race twice, and he ran 1st and 2nd in the Mercure prior to those when that race was on this day previously.
Yeah, he's an aged galloper, but he's very talented with some great credentials, like you mentioned, Nigel. If he gets the right run in the race, I'm sure he'll be there or thereabouts once again, and it would shock no one if he was fighting out the finish.
Fantastic, this horse. What a grand old campaigner. He's been $3.5 million earner. He looks like he's in for another good preparation.
2 Midwest takes his turn at the Group 1 table. Group 3 enlisted placings, including the car line, as Jamie Mott chases a 4th Group 1.
Course and distance specialist who was brave in the car line, but patting on side there. And I think it'll be a little tougher here with more pressure.
He's a stable favourite, this horse. Everybody loves him. They'll all be cheering back home. He'll run his heart out.
3 Payline, 3rd in the Doomben 10,000. Rothfire 2nd. What a story this would be for Chris and Corey Munce. They won a JJ with Cool Archie. Chris rode in this race on Cox Plate Day back in 2000.
Yeah, he's a talented horse, no doubt about that. Definitely worth consideration, but you're getting 50s if you like at the form of him. I thought he had a little bit to find.
He looks great. They've sent him down looking fantastic, which is what you'd expect in a Group 1 race. Excellent tone, lovely attitude.
4 Golden Boom was 3rd in the car line. That placing sitting alongside his 4 listed wins. Ryan Maloney's got 6 Group 1 so far, and he's had 2 stakes win here at the Valley previously. The most recent of those, the Red Anchor with Eptman back in 2017.
A nice return run, 1/3 behind Barrakiel, and has a little bit to find off the back of that, but might be able to sneak a -5.
He is dynamic second up, this horse. This would have been a long-term plan, and he's presented that way.
Tony Golan ran 3rd in this race with Zoo Style 3 years ago. 5 Cuban, the 2024 Oakley Plate winner. He returned with a strong performance to win the Behemoth at home.
As performance, wasn't it? The Behemoth, and he could only improve off the back of that with that gap between runs. So he's a talent at his best for sitting on an Oakley Plate.
He's a gorgeous horse, such a lovely, handsome head on him. Beautiful manners too. He's been turned out beautifully here.
6 Gina Beale, a scratching. 7 Barrakiel tries to do what Mornington Glory did not win the car line, then collect the Group 1. He remains undefeated here at the Valley.
So 16 is no more within the odds. It's 14. 16, 14.
But look, if you get the right one to that track, we pretty much he needed that to give it a good account.
He looks fantastic, this horse. He's looked all very, very good last start, and he's a healthy horse individually anyway. His coat couldn't be any better here.
8 Sir Sway, 2nd in a Goodwood, winner of a Redelva and a Manor High at home, Lockie Nindorf with 2 Group 1s to his name today.
That is, look, he's disappointing last start, but last preparation in that 3rd up run. But overall, fresh is a good time to catch this horse, and definitely wanted to price a good run well.
unbeaten first up this loaf, and that's the way he's been turned out too. I was expecting to see a horse that was very fit and very forward, and that's what he is.
9 Oak Hill running unplaced in the car line and the hoisted, and his only 2 cracks in stakes grade. Lindsay Park ran third in this race with Scheidel back in 2017.
Yeah, great first up win. Started favourite then, of course, in the car line, and I thought was a little disappointing without the best of luck in running. So he might be one that could potentially bounce back. We certainly get him on price to find out.
Hard to read him today. He's not really walking forward overly well, but it's very congested here in the mounting yard. So I have seen him parade better and move better, but it might just be a victim of circumstances. His coat's definitely come on.
3 mares have won the Group 1 1,000-metre editions of the Moir, Vidora, Pippi and Imperatrice. There's 4 with excellent chances. It begins with the 10 Arabian Summer, who was unplaced in the Oakley Plate and the William Reid, but the Oakley Plate performance gives you some confidence for this fresh.
Yeah, she's definitely more than capable on her day, and her fresh form's outstanding, isn't it? So she's going to get a cushy run, parked in behind the speed. She'll probably need luck at a certain stage of the race, but at her best, she shouldn't be too far away.
She's a gorgeous mare. There's built for speed, very compact. Her coat at the moment, it looks quite funny. She's like a little patchwork quilt. She's going to look amazing in a couple of weeks, but she's very healthy on the inside.
11 Skybird, John Allen's sole ride on this daughter of Exosphere for Mitch Friedman was her last start victory in the Group 1 Black Caviar Lightning over 1,000.
What a winner was, Nige. Conditions different to today, but she's a 4-timer on good surface, and she's got that powerful finisher. The pace will be on. She'll be looking for a little bit of luck at a key stage. Should she find it, we know she's good enough.
She just keeps on getting stronger and stronger as the years go on, this girl. She's got a big, powerful back end on her. Her coat's in great shape.
20 years after winning the race on Virage de Fortune on Cox Plate Day, Craig Williams reunites with the 12 Alabama Lass. Terrific win at her only Australian start back during the Festival of Racing.
It's remarkable to think, now she's had 9 career starts, she's had 6 wins in 3 seconds, and she's never been out of the top 2. She's been well placed at her best, she's been outstanding, and I think with the right run in the race, she could easily make her presence felt, and a win would not surprise.
She looks fantastic. She's like a little bouncy ball here in the yard today, just nicely on her toes. She just looks like she's primed. Her coat's beautiful. Her fitness is exactly where it needs to be.
13 Tiger Shark running in Sydney today, 14 Neons. Grandstand with 3 runners in this race in the last 40 years. Our Egyptian Rain winning the race in 2005. He had placings with Dance Speed in the late 90s, New Atlantis in the mid-80s.
Aren't there some runners in this lineup with a great winning strike rate? And she is another one of them. I'd really like to work leading in. Graham-Begg, a fantastic trainer, and I've got on top.
Very quirky mare. I saw her playing up a little bit out the back, but that's not too unlike her. She is very funny in regards to her nature. Had a good bounce in the yard too. Her condition is just beautiful.
She Will Reign and Coolangatta, the fillies to win the Moir in the last decade. 15 La Dorada, trying to give Mark Walker a second victory after Imperatrice set a track record in this race 2 years ago.
She's 5, 4 or 5 and another one with an impeccable record. Really, when you look at the overall picture, fresh up today, I thought the jump out was okay, so I'm happy to watch her here.
She's a real speedy type of filly, this too. She seems quite healthy in her coat. Her fitness is pretty forward too.
Jamie Mellon rides 16 Isha, a half kilo over at her 3rd career start, trying to win a Group 1, and the 8th runner for the Nichols Black Training Partnership.
Hard to know how good she is. The overall time last time out was sound. Her debut performance was quite electric. So we'll see how she goes here. Her work since has been fantastic. The big plus 50 kilos inside barrier and a fantastic ride on board.
What an unbelievable temperament for a filly only having her 3rd start. She's walked around here like an 8-year-old gelding today, one of the most professional parades from any horse in the field. I do feel like her coat's definitely brightened up a bit since when she won here recently.
Imperatrice, Coolangatta and Wild Ruler winning the race before it was moved to this date last year in Mornington Glory, provided a Group 1 fairy tale for Gavin Bedgegood. There's plenty of variety. It's the geldings versus the fillies and the mares in the 2025 Moir. You're siding with the mare.
Oh, it's such a tough race. There's a host of chances. I think you can win from any barrier today. I know that outside barrier's been tough over this track and trip, but it's good speed. And Neons is going to need a good ride and a bit of luck. And that same applies to Barrack Hill, to be honest. Alabama Lass looks like she'll get the right run. And Esha, well, this is a much harder assignment. But, she is very sleek. And tactically, I think she might have some versatility up her sleeve. Notwithstanding, she can settle on speed. It doesn't end there. 14-7 12 and 16 on with the odds.
What a great race, and what a pleasure it is to cast my eye over this impressive group of sprinters. Geez, I had a hard time picking one. Going to go Alabama Lass just on top. I was really taken by her parade. Loved how enthusiastic she was. She had a nice little bounce in the yard here. Barracuda looks absolutely awesome. Neon's does as well. Escher is another one that I think looks even better than when she won recently. And who knows how good she is. Great race this.
That it is. Really looking forward to this contest. And as the boys mentioned earlier, ST and B said all that pace in the race, which is mainly drawn by. Part of that pace will be Escher. And of course, we're going to hear from Shane Nichols now with Amy Yaki.
We're just chatting here off camera there, Shane. Really excited to see this filly go around. Who knows how good she is? You do. What can you tell us about her?
Well, sort of don't yet. We haven't been able to find her ceiling, and she just keeps lifting sort of the bar a little bit. Felt that she trialled well, her work's been good. I think she's come on from her first run here, which obviously she'll need to in this company. We get the weight advantage for being a 3-year-old filly. We'll try and put ourselves forward in the run. Hopefully she begins well, gives Jamie a chance to sort of, try and have some control of the race, but they're going to hammer along. And hopefully they all have a bit of luck with a big field around here at the 1,000.
I commented on her in the yard that she's got the most unbelievable temperament for a filly only having her third start. She walked around here more professionally than any other of her counterparts.
Yes, well, I think that's a bit of a mother coming out, and maybe she's still not sure what's about to happen. But, she's very relaxed. She was relaxed out the back. We just gave her, she's been standing there half asleep and gave her a little walk. She's been good as gold. So fingers crossed we can have some luck and run well.
I'll cross everything for you and Hayden. What a thrill it would be. Good luck, Shane.
Thank you.
And then there was 550 each of two. Flip-flopping, here we go, but they're zeroing in on Skybird. She won the Lightning first up, last preparation at Group 1 level, and she's now 550 each of two with Neons, who's had a nice rally in from $6.50. Alabama Lass, your earlier favourite, from $5 now out to $6, but holding good money. And Escher also were holding good money. Blowouts are number 10, 1, and also
Escher, BC,
so the
16.
1, 14, 12, 16, 10, 1, and 9 in that order. If you're going to have the same race, well, get your bets on for the morning games. What's gambling really costing you? For brand confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
Terrific to have Ken Kelso back in town for a spring carnival. He returns with Alabama Lass targeting the Moir. We're going to find a spot to watch. It's pretty tricky with this crowd.
Well, people really nice, yeah.
Couldn't quite get the spoils with Legato at home earlier on this afternoon, but how's your now mare handled the occasion today?
No, very good. She's travelled well, she's done well, she's handled this occasion very well.
Give everybody at home some insight into how she's developed from filly to mare in the time since that terrific victory on Australian Cup Day.
Yeah, she's grown, she's developed a bit. Happy with the way she's made that development. But as you know, it's a big step up from 3-year-old racing to like 4-year-old. So,
what's Craig outlined in regards to a plan from an inside draw, knowing there's going to be a fair bit of pace to the outside?
I just said, what are we doing? He said, we want it. So I've left it up to him. He knows the form and he knows the track and he knows her, so I've just left it up to him.
Good to see you and your mare back. All the best.
Well, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, we're halfway through the loading process, but just a final word on Escher, who seems to be parading beautifully and taking everything in her stride behind the barriers. Nielsen is just about to load now. Again, another very professional horse who's dealt with everything behind the barriers beautifully. And Skybird's having a little big room to kick here before they load this horse, but also paraded well behind the barriers. We'll come to Matt Hill for the call from Moir Stakes.
Another open contest, terrific race. And it is $5.60 Alabama Lass, Skybird at $5.80, $6.30 Barracuda, Neon's at $6.60, and Escher at $6.60. We're waiting on Golden Boom, also Rockfire, Payline, Sir Sway. A couple of outsiders waiting their turn to go in. As we have one riderless at the moment, yet to be entered into the stalls at the barrier blanket. Q-Man is forward by the looks of it. It's not a very good choice this one is at the moment.
That was 1 and
Skybird, $7 into 5 with bookmakers, is the favourite. with bookies boards with Neons at 5.5 at the moment. Skybird has gone in riderless.
That's the only reasonable pressure on that horse.
A massive task for a horse that we know is so good fresh. Where does she get to in the run here? Real assignment for Johnny Allen. Payline and also Surf Sway going to be a couple of the final ones forward as the starter mounts the platform. Hold on to your hats wherever you're viewing or listening for the Charter Kick Crater. Moir Stakes. Group 1 action. We'll find out the result in just over a minute. Surf Sway, number 1 shot's about to join them. No kills agitated out wide. Surf Sway goes in. And the field is set. Locked and loaded for the Moir. They stand pretty well. Rothfire stands patiently. Set to go. And they're racing, and Rothfire was one of the better ones away. With Escher on the inside and also Golden Boom. And Q-Man isn't too far away with Midwest. Settling down, Escher led Midwest, Alabama Lass right there. Then Golden Boom, Q-Man, Barracuda, Arabian Summer in a line. Next is Rothfire, a gap then to Neons. Further back is Surfway, deeper Skybird. Next on the fence, Larderada, well back. And they were followed by Payline and 2 lengths to Oak Hill. 500 to go. Midwest and Escher together by a length. Alabama Lass, Arabian Summer. They were followed by Golden Boom deeper, a length and a quarter, Surfsway, Q-Man, Barracuda, then Rothfire, Neon, swell back as Skybird the inside. Has a lot to offer though, then Payline, Larderada, and also Oak Hill. Escher went to the front, Alabama Lass on the outside, immediately up to it. Arabian Summer back to the fence, and then came Barracuda. Alabama Lass, 100 metres to go, strikes the front. Barracuda first, and also on the inside
7-12. 7-12.
Next to finish, Skybird and Rothfire, followed by Escher. Then came Neon's well back in the field. Q-Man, Larderada, Sway and Midwest. Well, they better racing. They'll go ballistic here, the connections.
A racing fairy tale. Barracuda, there were doubts that he'd ever get to the track. Well, he's got to the valley and made it his own. He is 4 from 4 here now. Nathan Bennett and his syndication business take their owners on yet another odyssey that takes them all the way to Group 1 glory. The McEwen last year was a sign of what could be to come, and the car line was supposed to be largely the setup act for a tilt and a Manicato. Well, they've got their Group 1 here in the Moir in the most barge and charge fashion, and Ben Allen adds victory in an Oakley plate with Marabi and a Mepsi with Pinstripe. He's got a way of doing it. He's now a 3-time Group 1 winning jockey. A magnificent effort from Barracuda to once again barge. And a first Group 1 for the Corstons Larkin Training Partnership. They're on the verge of having their 500th runner as a training cohort. They're now Group 1 winning trainers. 7 and a multitude of photos. It's likely going to be the mare's Arabian Summer and Alabama Lass fighting it out. Triple Group 1 winning jockey Ben Allen is with Charlotte Littlefield.
Well, I'm going to reiterate what Nigel Carmody just said then. Triple Group 1 winning jockey Ben Allen. How does that feel?
Oh, it's unbelievable to get it for these owners and the little racing team. Like, what a story, what a horse. The amount of setbacks and how patient and persistent they've had to be with him. Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's just testament to them, isn't it, really, how they brought this horse back. You know, he's an older horse now and he's just racing in the absolute best.
7, 12, 10 and 4. 7, 12,
you just must have been laughing.
10 and 4.
Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't laughing in the run. I was actually cursing. I was going, hey, friggin' races at the Valley, these Group 1s.
So 7, 12. The 11 did not get a chance. 7, 12, 10. and 4. Gatekeeper. It came in on the top 4. It came in on the top 4. What did not work is the 11. What did not work is the 11. This is too much. Okay, this is too much. The 15 started getting tailed, I think. Yes, the 15, the 14, they were all getting tailed because of that pressure. These horses, they can actually, I mean, the moment you put that kind of a load on a horse, they can feel that I'm not comfortable, so they start getting tailed. This is a 200%. How will that work? 90%. I have not seen anything like this. That's why I said we'll figure out how good is. I mean, no matter how good you are, but that's simple physics, how that is going to work. This is not great. The 12 was good, but the 7 had the physics today. This one did not have the physics. I mean, we lost it. We had we had a loss of data here. But if we look at these two, I mean, this is difficult. This was there, but I was a little worried about it being a 7-year-old. But that paid up. And then anything can happen. This is a very strong race. Now we are back to benchmark 84. This is the last one here today. We are back to benchmark 84 and everything is going to go wrong. 911 has been scratched. 3116. Three one 10 6. Came in 11th. 16 weeks ago at Flemington. That's the highest leverage. So they've taken all that. 3, 1, 10, and 6. That's right. 3, 1. I mean, these two are the same horses, okay? 3 and 2 are the same stuff. This is 133. This one is at 19. And but they're like that. I don't know what they can do. Hundred and one 6.634 4-year-old mare 901. That is the lowest out of all the linears. This is the largest inner. So a benchmark 84. This is 1200 meter. We had a benchmark 84 at a 1600 meter. So what happened is here all that did not work. Something else did. 8143. 8 got through with that. Okay. Then the linear got through. Eight got through. Then the linear. The one with the advantage. So here, that's neutral, not happening. 6 is the lowest. Then they're also tailing. That has happened in a benchmark 84. That was a 1600 meter, but this one is a 1200 meter. We expect pace on this, and the problem is the 3 doesn't have a jock. 3 is being ridden by Jay Childs, who has been handicapped in a way which is not the best. So this thing is going to go wrong, probably. This thing is about to go wrong. The 3, which is the favorite, I mean, this thing can work, provided you have a jock. 133, you need a jock. It's got the vacation, 16 weeks. But this looks like a dedicated jock on this. So that's added advantage. So that's good. This is 1. This is also 1, which is at 19. Then the 6 is here, which is 101. So this is an increment. But it is very difficult for 6 to actually deliver. It's actually right. 1. Then they should have taken 2, but they did not take the 2. For some reason, they did not take the 2. Why they did not take the 2? Epic proportion. I don't know. For some reason, they did not. Probably because of the jock. But the same situation here is on the 3 as well. But here it is a dedicated jock. It was not, they were not able to deliver on a benchmark 84. They were not able to deliver that pressure. The first time when the pressure kicked in was here on the first LR. where this thing went through with a 77 and then this thing came through with a 77. This was the first 1200 meter where the pressure actually kicked in. Then it was all hodgepodge here and there. This is a benchmark 84. I don't know. This looks difficult. This looks difficult to deliver. The 6 is the lowest, but it is difficult, but it is the lowest. So then this one is here, which is further lower. In fact, this is this is in a better position, but somehow it is dropping. And one. Stand 68, 61. It's gate number 11. The 2 is a check because it's the same thing, but they don't deliver much. They're like that, but it's there. Somehow it is there. I don't know this. This is a good hand. Probably a hope. The 3 that they're talking about is I don't know if that is possible. It wasn't possible in the previous one, which was a 1600 meter. This is going to be a 1200 meters. So you need to be really doing that thing. This thing was it failed miserably. It failed miserably on that kind of a pressure on benchmark 84. Let's see what they have to do. Let's see. Thousand-meter races, each and every race Dow's here is I mean, honestly, I don't like this place a bit. I don't like it a bit. I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. This is... We have enough problems. We have horses. We have handicapping. We have jockeys who does their own thing. And now we have a track which is even more confusing. We already had enough problems. The horses, then the jockeys, one of the biggest problems. And now this track is like... This is like one of those tracks where, maybe once in a while, when you're physically there, you go with your family and spend some time. That's all. This is not the place to do racing. This is not the place to do racing.
Helix quiet, and then Eye of the Fire had some each way play, drawn a right gate to get a nice run. Race 10, number 3, King Zephyr is back first up, and he's got a fantastic record and the horse to beat at this stage. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Spring Racing Carnival. This is how we spring.
Final event, the Power Flow Solutions Handicap, 1200 metre benchmark 84, but Barrakiel, that is a well-deserved host down after quite the performance to take out the Group 1 Moir Stakes. And Nathan Bennett putting the Felice sign in the shop window with a pretty vehement plea to those who have Everest slots, and rightly so. There's plenty of them up for grabs at the moment, so you'd anticipate it's Manicato next, and then we'll see what happens from there. But
I didn't mind the call out with the umpires late doors either.
He's covering a few topics. I didn't quite have enough time before Wolfville to get through politics. This is a good race, Hutch, and it starts with La Fracca, who's the one who's fitting in form.
He's bidding for 4 wins in a row. And of course, there's been a bit, the wet tracks, a bit of cushion in the track. He won't get that today, but you cannot deny the sources. They've dropped him back to 1,200 metres, has been sensational.
He looks fantastic again, this horse. He's at peak fitness. He just looks like he's really in the perfect sweet spot in regards to his health and well-being.
Of course, to his epic proportions, the Cartwright, with his final ride coming off the back of riding Lada Rada at the Group 1 in the previous, he was spoiled for the Caulfield victory.
From an inside draw, which is what he gets today as well. And there was no fluke about the win. Probably pattern suited a little bit there, but he's going to get a great run once again. He goes up a bit in grade. He's nicely weighted, and with that soft running behind the speed, he could certainly figure out the finish.
He's thriving, this horse. His coat's come through so nicely now. He's reached peak fitness. He has been for a long time. He's been up a good while, and he's just in that really good space all round.
King Zephyr returns. He won 5 of his first 6 before the failure in the listed straight 6 when he didn't handle the soft 7.
Yeah, the form on good tracks is exceptional. He looks an extremely exciting prospect, having won 5 of 7, and looks the horse to beat here.
He looks amazing. Absolute 10 out of 10 parade from this horse. You couldn't help but notice him when he walks in. He's just got a bit of presence about him. Couldn't look any better physically.
Jamie Mott maintains the association with Force 4 Eye of the Fire. A little bit of a weight swing on La Fracca for the 2.25 length defeat at Flemington back in July.
But after that ran behind Loose Some Winmore, that's good form, but just over a length there. So this is definitely a horse. I think at $18 you can make a case for.
Lovely healthy coat on him, this fellow. I think he's been trending in the right direction. All preparation. He hasn't been too far off the mark. He looks at his peak today.
They could almost add the Moonee Valley postcode as a brand to the 5 fishing.
Yeah, they could, couldn't they? We know what we get with him. He's usually not the best behaved, or he can get on his toe a bit, but he'll sit at the back, and with luck in running, he can certainly finish off strongly. He comes here more often than not and performs well.
Yeah, he's a very, very quirky character. He's just come into the yard late, which is very typical for him. You can see he's all hot and sweaty. Don't worry about it. That is him. He's an absolute weirdo. He's also very forward in condition. His coat's got a fair way to go, but you think he works himself pretty hard at home.
Market making case for his flyer, 10 into 750 VOP. Runner up at its last 3. Cleo Cat
big swinger and epic proportions.
It's good form and a very consistent mare as well, who should strip fitter. She does get back a little bit in the run. She'll need some luck at a key stage, but her best is good enough.
Her coat's definitely brightened up from that first up run at Caulfield too. She's another one that has been trending in the right direction. She's not too far off being at her best.
7 Cavallo Ponte is the outsider. Second up, a winner here 13 months ago.
He'll just need to improve on that run. Fresh up behind epic proportions, which you'd imagine he will. He has 1 second up. And he had the pattern on side when he won here at the Valley last year, but he was in a good vein of form at that point.
The team have definitely done their job well. There's probably others that I've got ahead of this horse today, but they've turned her out looking very, very fit and in good condition here.
Clinton McDonald alluding to the fact he thought 8 Helix would probably need the run here, but should present in good order nonetheless.
Been very consistent gallop. He's had obviously some issues. We haven't seen him in a while, but hopefully he can run up to somewhere near what he's capable of. I'm happy to watch him today with another maybe 12 or 1400 metre in the not-too-distant future in this grade.
Interesting to note Clinton's thoughts there, because condition-wise, this horse doesn't look too far off his peak at all to me. Obviously, he hasn't raced for a good while, so maybe he just needs that match race fitness to get on his side. It is a little bit different to normal track work, but I wouldn't have thought that he's going to strip too much fitter.
9 Naval Academy and 11. Thinking of Gertie and Scratchings. Last run of a look at is the 10 Princess Q. She's had a pair of victories at Lakeside over 12 with Damien Lane aboard through August.
She needs to raise the bar, but I think she can. I'm hoping that she can find a half-decent run from that gate. Right man on board for that request. That is for sure. And Damien Lane, it's only 8th career start. She's come back well as prep, having won her last 2.
She certainly has, and you can never underestimate a confident mare. The look on her face the whole time that she's been in the yard has been ears pricked, very, very happy. She looks like she's proud of herself. Physically, she looks the same as what she has done for her previous 2 wins.
Miss Aria Victoria said this last year, defending Gazette and Super Rasi. Overall was 10th, beaten 4 lengths. The horse has been in a rich vein of form of late. The Powerflow Solutions handicap, the benchmark 84 over the 12, completes the Moir Stakes program as, I think, last but not least, the last of the Barrakill connections might have made their way out of the winners area, but there's still some photos being taken, and rightly so much. What a performance it was.
Oh, it was a great win. I mean, there's a lot of fallout out of the race. It was very unlucky runners. The boys pointed out Skyburn, Rothfire never got clear. I've only watched it a couple of times myself. Really, it's what we've got over the division. But there was certainly unlucky runs. But this was a fantastic ride in the Group 1 for Ben Allen all the same. And great to see him down here with the young lads enjoying the moment.
Can celebrate B. Allen, and rightly so. Might have to get the decks out to celebrate as well tonight. Now a 3-time Group 1 winning jockey, new 5 stewards that's just come through in the past minute as well. Escher out of the Moir Lame left hind.
Yeah, she
William,
had a lot of the last 50, 75.
what do you mean, William?
She's pulled up lanes and genuine excuses for her. And I think the way she's going for the nice race, absolutely no doubt. All right, Amy, but head out to you for the pick of the hour.
William, my English is not the first language. You have to be a little more considerate with me. English is not my first language. It is at times difficult. What exactly are you saying?
This girl's face. She would look particularly happy. She's very confident. She's been unbeaten this preparation. I'm sure she's going to give them a good shake here. Another one that looked very well was Epic Proportions.
Okay, runners making their way down to the start. Just harping back on that as well, Nigel, with regard to the celebration. It is great with these syndicators, aren't they? It's a great job.
Make your running head smaller.
Don't have too many runners that aren't.
Is the run they've had here, in particular with Southport Tycoon and Barrakill winning Group 1s in the past 12 months. Simon Zara presents Princess Q off a pair of victories at Lakeside of late. He's with Amy Yogi.
He certainly is, Simon. You've got Princess Q.
You want me to pull it down so that
How has she been between runs here?
it's like this? Is that what you mean?
She just sort of went a bit down on the coat after her first run. It was a bit of a tough run. Sort of bounced back nicely.
The center, you want me to pull it down a little bit? Yeah, I mean, okay, no problem. I'll do that.
She loves the valley. Would have loved to see the horse lead and win today, but we haven't seen that yet. But it looks like the wind's still.
Is it better now?
It feels like that, doesn't it? It has been a little bit wind assisted throughout the day. You're drawing an ordinary gate. If she's fairly one-dimensional, you're just going to continue to go forward and hope for the best?
Yeah, look, she's one-dimensional. Don't overcomplicate it. She jumps well. She gets in on a nice rhythm. she's she likes going a little bit quicker than a bit of a sit sprint.
All right. I got your point. We'll keep it like this.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Well, she'll jump and lead, that is for sure, and that is Princess Q. But it's all about the Zephyr. Fly away on the Zephyr.
Thank you for being here, William. Thank you.
I know it's the last race, and the Hawks are up. I'm up and about. Come on, the King Zephyr. Yeah, the market has identified him as the horse to run down La Fracas. Well, you're getting 420 weight. Probably going to get better. Princess Q, the only other one that's been backed. Nine the Tiger, if there's a blowout. Race 10, number 3. King Zephyr. Get your bets on for the lucky last of the Valley punters. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Chris Harlan with us. Team Begg looking to finish their Moir Stakes Day with a victory as King Zephyr returns. Chris, good to see you. We haven't seen him at the track since a bit of a tough time, but on a really wet track in that straight 6 in May. How's he developed since?
Yeah, he's come on really well. He had a short break. He probably had
316.
wanted to get it done with on that day. It was a terrible day, and he only beat 5 lengths in the end, so it wasn't a terrible run, but had a little break. He's trolled up really well. Graham's been really happy with him, and he looks in fantastic order today.
What sort of led the team towards this? Is his kick-off point, was it timing and also grade?
Graham was planning on going to the Shataka. I'm glad he didn't. He knew something anyway. And he's still got some grades to go through, and he's a gelding. He shows ability, and there's plenty of time to win a good race. So we're just enjoying the ride. All my mates and that are in it with me, we're having a bit of fun, and hopefully he can get us a hamburger tonight.
What's the sense on where his fitness level's like first up?
Yeah, as I say, he didn't have a long break. He's had 3 trials, pretty soft trials, but I'd say that had him in good order, and he's here to run a big race.
Good luck to you and the boys.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, best luck to all the connections. What a race. What a day of racing we've had here at the Valley. Great crowd attendance, a real buzz following that Group 1 contest won by Barrackeel, and they're still buzzing out there now. Going to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. It might be come, but a lot of highlights, a lot of talk for once. Gallop was like Angel King, happy to follow going forward. A debutante with the name of Rosberg, who beat the lineup for that class of racing. It's just a couple of things worth chatting about in the days to come. Nigel, it doesn't end there because, of course, we've got this very talented galloper in King Zephyr with the Graham Begg yarn. It doesn't seem like there's any in his yarn that don't contain a fair amount of ability, and it's just good to stand back at the races with his profile.
Yeah, it's a very big, very exciting race. We cross out to Charlotte Littlefield for one final time pre-race this afternoon.
Yeah, just watching King Zephyr getting a lovely pat from the barrier attendant, leading him around with the stallion chain on. He's a very quiet, sensible horse behind the barriers. He's doing everything you want to see him do pre-race. The fracas is the same. I said to Blake, is this horse always as chilled as this? He's just the ultimate professional. So some of those clearly in the market doing what you want to see them do behind the barriers as we head up to Matt Hill to the last race here at the Valley.
Been a fabulous day of racing at the Valley. 4 meetings to go here at the Valley after this one. Today being the final day.
Sorry about that earlier, William. Sorry about that.
Vision gets us in. Princess Q is the last one forwards. Sit at the 1200, race number 10, the good folk at Buffalo Solutions. They're ready. Set to go, and they're racing. Well, Fracas just took a backward step. Flyer goes back with Helix. Princess Q began well with Eye of the Fire. Epic Proportions is there on the inside, about 3/4 of a length away. Cabello Ramponte in that group as well from Fission. 2 lengths King Zephyr Flyer. 2.5 La Fracas, and over a length away Helix in the end. Eye of the Fire took it up. Top corner, 800 metres to go. 3/4 of a length. Princess Q happy to sit perch the outside, a length and a half. Cabello Ramponte, Epic Proportions, and then Fission 3 wide. They continue their journey past the school of the 650. Next, King Zephyr, who's on that 3 wide train, followed by Flyer. Well back is Helix and La Fracas. They've slowed it up. The leader, Eye of the Fire. 450 from home from Princess Q. Then Fission. Epic Proportions the inside from Cabello Ramponte. King Zephyr stoked up and Lafraca's got to its girth on the outside and it's running on. Around the turn, Eye of the Fire. 200 metres to go from Princess Q. Here's Lafraca with a burst right down the outside. Princess Q, 100 to go. Lafraca is finishing really hard though. Lafraca moves up, takes the lead a big bit in the last. Lafraca from Princess
1:10.3.
Zephyr. Then Fission, next to finish Eye of the Fire. From Epic Proportions, well back Helix Flyer and Cabello Ramponte.
He won the race last year with Miss Aria, and he knew exactly when he had to make his move. Lafraca had found himself out the back through the early stages, but that wide sweeping run provides Price Kent with the final victory on Moir Stakes Day, 1:10.75 your time. King Zephyr back into third, split by Princess Q. Hutch. What's the thoughts on what we've seen there? 1:10.3 and Fission completing things in the top four.
Oh, it's in great form. Lafraca, just another terrific performance, carrying top weight here and patient ride from Blake Shinn, who knows the horse well, but he came from behind.
Yeah, I'll adjust that, William. I will adjust that. I will adjust that.
Good, but no match for the turn the foot of him.
I will adjust that. Actually, William, we are going through a lot of changes here. That's why, I have to keep them. I cannot do without them at this point of time. But I'll try to make this thing adjusted so that there's no problem in viewing. But here is what happened. So the three definitely did not get through. This one was there. 1:10.3 and 5. 1:10.3 and 5. One. Why? Because it's lower than that. Is it a better horse than that? No. But it is just that the pressure is lower on this horse today. Then it is this. Then it is this. It is just the opposite. What should happen? It is just the opposite of what should happen. That did not happen. The 5 got through. Oh, that will not work if that's there. This is not possible. This is. No matter how good the horse is here at this track, when the pressure runs like that, it's like, consider this as the jumbo jet, and this is like a small private jet. It requires smaller runway. It requires a longer runway. So that will not work. And if that happens, then it becomes very difficult to work with how this thing will end up. They actually had the right one, the 6, which was lower, but that had difficulty. This one did not have the difficulty. And this was the lowest, though it had the difficulty, but it went through. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. That is it. The top is covering. Wait, let me just check. All right, William, tell me. Is this good now? Is this good now, William? It looks like we have the entire screen. Okay, fair enough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We are going to be back. Gatekeeper, thank you for being here. We're trying to fine tune every day, but I did not want to be here. I just do not have the other options. I seriously wanted to be at Randwick today, but I don't have the feed for Randwick, and I'm trying to get the feed, but I still don't have it. That's the problem. Other than that, it's horse racing, so that's what we do. But thank you so much for being there, Gatekeeper. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. William, thank you so much for being there. PC, I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Bishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much for being there. I think that is it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on Wednesday again, probably. Let's see what do we have on Wednesday.